There is no hololith. There is no parade ground steel. No Lieutenant Eisling. Rather, there is a long white table under cool Vril lamps. And you see specimen cases behind glass. There's a faint smell of formaldehyde and burnt ozone. You see a data slate that glows at the far end of the table. And someone has left a half-eaten Apfelstrudel on a side cart and not bothered to clear it.
Oh, food's nice.
You noticed as you entered the room that it said temporarily attached science section. That was what was on the placard. But as you entered, you noticed that someone had crossed out temporarily attached in some form of red grease pencil and written probationary beneath it. And it was unfamiliar handwriting. At the other end of the table, waiting for you, standing rather than sitting, is a young iceborn in a lab coat thrown over his Schanzenbug. Why he's wearing it inside the base, you're not at all altogether certain. He looks perhaps 25 with, sort of dishwater blonde hair. He has sharp features and pale eyes and a severe bearing. And you see a stack of some kind of data chits sitting on the table. You know that the science people use them somehow. It's all Vril powered. Everything's arranged in a fan, perfectly parallel. And despite the severity of his bearing, you sense that he's faintly uncomfortable. He straightens when you all enter, and he says, "Krieger," in other words, warriors, "be seated, please. I am Forscher Konrad Voss, junior researcher, Eugenics Hall, under Dr. Ilse Richter. I will be your liaison for this assignment." And he gestures to the chairs. The chair closest to the door, nearest the exit, has been removed. The chair at the far end of the table, slightly apart from the others, remains, and he does not draw attention to this. He says, "You have been temporarily reassigned from regular duties to the science section. The section is grateful for your cooperation. I have been instructed to provide," and you see him pick up his data slate, "a full operational briefing," and he puts it down, "before deployment today." So then he taps the data slate, and you guys see on top of this severe white stone-looking table suddenly appears a map of New Schwabenland, in English, Queen Maudland, where the New Schwabenland Stützpunkt, Base211, is located. The same Norvegia coast, the same red pulse. There you are. But there you see a rendering, clear, academic. There's even a hand-drawn overlay of soil sample sites and tentative biospheric survey grids. In the center of it, you see a faint red pulse, a marker for something not too far from Base211, but not close either. He speaks again. "The site is Malta Station, Norwegian Meteorological Outpost, 1930. It was surveyed by the 1938 Thule expedition and catalogued as insignificant. A weather station derelict. It had no strategic value, presented no threat." 19 days ago, however, our monitoring arrays detected a recurring transmission on a frequency that overlaps our short-range field comms. The transmission is clear Norwegian, identifies itself as Marta Station, and uses our designation, Base211, in the body of the message. The transmission has been repeating every 12 hours at 0200 and 1400 local time. He pauses for a second and picks up the slate and kind of furrows his brow, narrows his eyes as if to look at it more closely, then looks back at you and says, "The science section's interest is in the biospheric conditions of the area. The Norwegia coast has been flagged in our survey backlog for some time. anomalous readings in the krill population, possible fungal anomalies in the seabird colonies. Your mission is to investigate the source of the transmission, catalog the site, and return with any biological samples of interest. A standard 5-day field deployment. You will be issued a Honebu 2 combat disc for transit, 3 days of rations, and 2 Astraka hover sleds for the final approach. He places a chip on the table. A science section seal is on it. The section does not expect hostile contact. The 1938 survey noted no Xenoloord presence in the area. However, standard field protocols apply. Engagement only on a threat. Biospheric samples are to be collected in sealed containers, which will be provided to you in your field kits, and not opened in the field once sealed. There will be a mandatory biosafety screening before deployment. Krieger, the Liberated, and he looks at you, Alexa, is to report to the eugenics hall sublevel for a pre-mission containment check. This is standard for any formal role personnel deploying to remote sites. It will not take more than 40 minutes. The rest of you, and he looks at the remainder, may proceed directly to Hangar Bay 3 for equipment draw. Oh, yes, lest I forget. And Voss gestures to a corner of the room, and you guys now notice that there's a fifth figure who's been standing throughout the briefing, kind of silently apart in an Iceborne uniform with no rank insignia above the Krieger bar. You will also be joined by Krieger Eric Wilhast.
I lift my hand just to say hi. And may I ask a question?
Go ahead,
Sir?
Krieger Wilhast.
As long as I'm not mistaken, you said that this was about 5 days mission?
Well, it's a 5-day standard deployment.
Mm-hmm.
We don't actually think it should take that long.
Oh, okay. Because my math didn't went that right because we have only rations for 3 days. That was my question.
Oh, well, you will be going to the sea, Krieger Wilhast. How should I put it? It is possible, surely, to obtain rations there, but if you are concerned about the matter, additional rations can be drawn, I'm sure. As you know, the science section does not have the same access to resources as the Oberkommando. He gets a kind of sad look on his face. But no matter. I'm sure that we will be able to work it out one way or the other. After all, this is a very minor matter. We just need you to figure out what's causing the source of the signal. Perhaps a piece of equipment has failed after time or has activated due to some other reason. Obtain biospheric samples, right? And catalog the site. That's really all that's needed. It shouldn't be a significant trouble. Let's see. Yes. Oh, I suppose I should have the rest of the Sondo Commando introduce themselves to you, Eric. And he looks around and he kind of looks at you first, Friedrich, and says, please introduce yourselves to Eric Wilhast. He is newly elevated. He is a new man, so to speak. He has little memory of his past.
Well, you just have to
Okay.
obey me. I will be your leader here. My name is Friedrich.
Hmm. So you will be in charge. Okay. If anything goes wrong, we talk to you, right?
Yes, of course, and but nothing will be going wrong, of course. Everything goes right here.
Yes. I'm
Well,
just
playing
well,
or
I'm just trying to I was just trying to cover all the angles, but okay.
no, just obey the orders and do what you're told, and everything will be all right.
Like a good boy, right?
Of course.
And do the rest of you care to introduce yourselves? Well, be that as it may, I must return to the eugenics hall, and the liberated must go to be appropriately treated, and the rest of you must report to your duty stations. I wish you good luck. We will, of course, review matters once you return in several days. All hail! All hail the Iceborn! And he throws up his hand in a salute.
And I also salute and
Yeah,
hail.
yeah, I'll return the salute as well.
And without doing anything else, he takes his data slate and leaves the room.
So
Well, I need to go somewhere. And I introduce myself. I shake your hand. I'm Alexa. I'm liberated, as you heard.
yes.
I
Well,
hold your hand and I squeeze it hard because I'm strong.
you have a
So I
strong
give you a
grip.
strong handshake. Yes.
So that means you are if we find ourselves in trouble, you will be the one that is getting out of that trouble, right?
Yes. I hope so.
Okay, now where should we go? You know, this is my first time doing this, so I need some guidance.
Well, he gave us a map of where we're supposed to be looking, and yeah, well, need to double check and make sure we have all of our gear before we leave base. It would be embarrassing if we were to have to come back because we were missing a piece of gear.
Yes, let's check everything so that we don't get any surprises on the way or there.
Like Friedrich said, you know, like making sure we have enough food so we don't get, starve on our trip is a simple, basic thing to ensure. Let's see here. Also, it's like double check to make sure we have all of the cold weather gear and we will need, and whatever other tools. How many of those biological sample cases did they give us earlier? They sounded like
You don't know. He didn't actually hand out any equipment there in the meeting.
okay.
Okay, so we must go and fetch all the equipment needed, right,
Yes.
for the mission.
Yeah, you guys are still in the room.
Right. So
The
I
briefing
guess
room.
we need to figure out how many of those he wants us to take with us, stow those along with whatever other equipment, and so on.
Okay, so let's go. Let's not keep the men waiting.
And also it's like double check to make sure we have all of the briefing materials that he gave us because leaving behind the mission description would also be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, all the briefings and maps and all of that, of course. Information is key. Are we going to take any kind of weapons?
I mean, I already have like 3 weapons that I normally carry around with me, so more than that, maybe, sure.
Well, I don't have weapons. I'm not used to those. You know, I'm a scavenger, so I don't usually do any kind of fighting. But if needed be, I can use a weapon.
Yeah. While saying this earlier, Xavier was opposing with his hands, like one of them resting on his pistol and the other one resting on the dagger.
Okay. So, great leader. Now what?
I'll take a look at the map. And
Now we must follow protocol?
Yes, we always follow protocol. What the protocol is a different thing.
Go ahead. So when Friedrich looks at the map, you do see that it is Neuschwabenland, Queen Maud land. You do see the location is several hundred kilometers away from Base211. It's just off the main coast of Antarctica, in a region where there's sea ice and several small islands. This Queen Marta station seems to be located on one of the islands rather than on the mainland of Antarctica. It just is this kind of dull red glow, and notations regarding the various communications that have come. You do see that one of the communications has been written out. The communication is in Norwegian. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Marta Station Color. Alvorig Nordstation. Base211. Svar du hör. Vitrager öjebliklig assistans, which is translated into German for you. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Martha Station calling. Serious emergency. Base211. Answer if you hear. We need immediate assistance.
Does it have any kind of information if there are any kind of, aside from that station, other contingents, inhabitants around that area, or it's all ice?
As far as you know, it's all ice and ice flows depending upon the conditions. This is happening under cold conditions. The broadcast happens every 12 hours at 0200 and 1400 exactly on the nose. There's nothing special about the adventure conditions at this time. You do notice a couple of notes that it's they note the distance, which is 380 kilometers northeast to Base211. They note the estimated flight time, 90 minutes in the Haunibu 2 or Haunibu 2. It will land you guys 2 kilometers from the station, but because of the terrain conditions, they'll give you an ice dragon for the final approach. The atmospheric conditions are about negative 48 degrees centigrade with high winds in the afternoons.
Okay.
It notes that it notes that the equipment has already been loaded on the saucer. And apparently you guys have been given a specific clock by the science section. Initially, you were allowed 4 days for the mission, but you saw that was crossed out and it was replaced with 48 hours.
Oh, okay.
So the equipment should be loaded already, right?
You see the note.
Okay.
Yes. So we probably it's better for us to check everything before we depart.
Yes, let's do that. Let's check if everything is there. Everything is good.
I don't like surprises. Well.
Okay. So
after you.
Again, you guys. Okay. So are you guys exiting the room?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So as you exit the room, you see what looks like a very young science section researcher waiting outside the door. She looks over at Alexa and says somewhat stiffly, "The Liberated will accompany me, please, for biosafety screening."
Yes, I'm here.
She nods and points down the hallway and starts walking. Follow me,
Well, good
please.
luck. Good luck. Well, while she is doing the screening, perhaps we should check the equipment.
Yes, agreed.
So you guys head to the saucer hangar.
Yes.
All right.
I try to
They
locate
check.
our saucer.
Oh, it is not hard to locate. You soon locate a large saucer. It is the Hanabu Type Dry. It does mount a small number of weapons, but you see that they have been removed from this one, and it bears Science Division markings. It floats slightly above the ground. There's a faint crackling in the air, and you see the blue glow of Brill running in concentric channels around the bottom of the craft. The cargo deck is lowered. Typically, these lower from the back of the saucer on kind of pod-like things, and you do see that there is some gear located there. You see a few personnel moving around, mechanics, ordinary deck hands, and of course a couple of what looks like junior science division technical staff, although they seem to be primarily taking a look at their data slates at this point in time.
Okay. So I'll go to them and I ask for the cargo manifest and begin to check if everything is all right according to plan.
So one of the deckhands, he looks like he may be a supervisor or a foreman. Kind of looks at you for just a moment, shrugs, and then hands you the write up of the provided equipment. So in this area, and to get here, you had to pass through the eugenics hall. Which doesn't really look very much like the rest of Base211, which looks very chrome and military. The white and black steel and bright shining chrome of the war rooms is replaced by something more clinical. There's tile and glass partitions and Vril lamps tuned to a more soft daylight spectrum. The air smells filtered and scrubbed and slightly cool. You can tell that they're controlling the humidity in this section of the base. You see signs in various places. One of the signs you see as you pass by is authorized personnel only, biocontainment level 2, decontamination required beyond this point. Alexa, the researcher who was taking you to decontamination, is Forscher A. Lentz. And she, as she walks along and you follow her, she tells you the washout protocol is routine. You will be in a contained observation suite for a period of time. Fluids, vitals, viral load panels, and a brief cognitive baseline. The science section thanks you for your cooperation. Let's see. So basically, the rest of you have gone 2 levels down. Sorry, there was some description I meant to give you and didn't. You basically follow a yellow line in a different direction than Alexa and the researcher went. The yellow line ended at a heavy steel hatch marked Hangar Bay 3, Achve Bay 3, or Zwei, sorry, Zwei. Authorized. Beyond the hatch, the temperature drops. The area here is a little more industrial. This is more like what you're used to in the hangar bays. It's a cathedral of ice and steel, carved below the ice and out of the granite of New Schwabenland. It looks about 300 meters long, 100 meters wide. You figure it's
Oh,
60
that's
meters
big.
to the top of the vault. Oh, yeah, it's a big space. It's a big hangar.
Yep.
You see the roof is reinforced with a lattice of real energized struts. In areas where the lights are not quite as bright, they seem to glow a faint blue color. And you hear that constant frequency that you know is real power being energized. You do see frost at some of the upper corners where the temperature controls are obviously not quite as effective. And some condensation is related to that. You do see the Hanibu 2 there. I've already mentioned it. It's 12 meters across and a flattened ovoid of dark vril alloy. It has a step superstructure on the dorsal side, where you would expect the bridge and the sensor cluster, and 2 hard points for the ventral beam emitters. But as mentioned, the weapons are stowed somewhere. This disc is not armed.
Okay.
The drive ring is around the perimeter, right? So that's those lines I talked about. It pulses with this kind of slow, lazy blue light. It is painted in the matte white and black associated with the Oberkommando, but it bears science division markings. So, again, you've already talked to the foreman. He's basically making sure 3 technicians in kind of grease-stained coveralls are doing their work, running pre-flight checks on the disc. You notice that many of these people are not, in fact, iceborne. They don't have the typical appearance of iceborne. So these are
They
more
are what?
ordinary people here.
Liberated?
You would guess that they're not liberated. They're not former thralls. You would guess that these are people who've come in from outside, the escaped, perhaps.
Survivors. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. People who've come from other places who've come to Base 211 seeking refuge, but they don't. They are not elevated. They are not the higher level of iceborne, such as in your commando. I mean, you've got 3 members of your party who bear all the signs of being iceborne. Although one of the women, one of the ones who didn't introduce herself to you specifically, but what you know from her
appearance,
she's clearly iceborne, but she also bears some scarring that's a little unusual. She has her name tag says Petra. That's Amy's character. So, but yet they have the characteristic look of iceborne that is at once human and a little bit not human. But many of the people here just look much more ordinary. They're clearly not people who have been through the elevation process or through the iceborne vril enhancement processes. They're just ordinary working guys who are part of the base crew. In fact, you see one of the crew, out of sight of the foreman, appears to be asleep on a crate of spare parts.
Oh, okay. Nap time.
Presumably, the foreman either hasn't noticed them or can't be bothered. So you guys get your clipboard from the foreman. He waves you on and says, "Sure, go ahead and check. You'll see everything is there." And he points you in the direction of the supplies, which are stored in a standard transportation locker. And when you look at the locker, it has science division markings on it and a number. It's 71. So you know that this is locker 71.
Okay, so I will check everything.
Okay. So you see that there's actually 2 lockers here. One is for the other members of the team, and a much smaller one is for you. This is inside the cargo container. So your specific locker shows a very new environment suit called a Schutzanzug. It looks very fresh. It looks like it's brand new, in fact. And your tag has been put on it. It has a standard Thule program ID that you were assigned as part of your elevation. You're registered as a Tier 2 Krieger, Science Section Attachment, under the authorization of Junior Researcher Voss. You see there is what you recognize as a heavy canvas roll that constitutes your salvage toolkit. Picks, pry bars, magnetic grapples, sample jars, and there's even a Vril field scanner. It's handheld and short range. Everything there has the appearance of having been used in the past, but it's not worn or damaged in any way. It looks well maintained. In fact, it all smells faintly of machine oil and cleaning materials. So clearly somebody went over it.
Okay.
You do see your sidearm, which is a monofilament Vril blade called a Vril Messer, and it's got the standard magnetic sheath. You have been given 3 days of field rations, vacuum sealed, standard protein blocks, dried fruit, salt tablets. There's actually one real bar of chocolate.
Oh.
Yeah. And there is a Eisdrache hover sled key. So there's that. For the rest of, go ahead.
No, just one question. Sorry, I have adaptive hemoglobin. So, do I need the protective equipment for the cold as anyone else?
So the Schutzenzug is standard, but you do know that you are all not quite the same as the ordinary people. Like a lot of the guys in the hangar are wearing Schutzenzugs, but they don't necessarily have the special capabilities of those who have gone through the Vril. As an elevated, you have special capabilities, as you know, right? You're
Yes.
not quite like other people.
Okay.
You know that the Iceborn are much the same. In fact, a standard form of testing of Iceborn who have been through the enhancement process. Friedrich went through this, Petra went through this, Xavier went through this, is that they're literally put down a day's walk from the base stark naked. And they're expected to walk back to base.
Okay.
Every once in a while, one of them hasn't worked out. Apparently, the treatments didn't take, and they never show up because the temperatures around Base 11 are routinely anywhere from -40 to -50 Celsius.
Oh.
But most do, especially now that the program is multiple generations in, and the Iceborne protocol is very, very solid. Some of the elevation protocols are less safe than others, but you made it through yours. Your testing consisted of being placed in a room where they gradually reduced the oxygen until it was the equivalent of you being at 20 kilometers.
Hi. Okay.
You came through it fine. At the same time, they had reduced the temperature to about 40 degrees below zero.
Okay,
you were
20
fine.
kilometers is actually kind of no.
20,000 meters. Yeah, he's not normal. You're not normal. He's not normal. The only one of you who's any degree normal is Alexa, and in some ways, she's not normal either.
Well,
Okay.
Where I was going with that was
You're
that
all superhumans, guy. Didn't you know?
where I was going with that though is that ordinary people trying to do a regular workout routine at the top of Mount Everest would die of anoxia.
Oh yeah, and this is
and that number you spit out is higher than that.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's like being in an international commercial jet, flying at or actually, I don't think commercial jets get that high.
No.
We're talking about 20,000 meters, so that would be more like an SR-71 Blackbird or a rocket going into low Earth orbit.
I was going to go with one of those YouTube drone things.
Yeah, I mean, it's these guys. He's an elevated, So the elevated are a little different from the iceborne. They go through different protocols. I do have a version of the rules that I have not given to you guys yet because I didn't get it done in time. But it talks more about the elevated. The elevated are carefully cultivated and designed mutants. So they are not seen as part of the coming race of Aryans, right? They're not iceborne, they're elevated. They are non-iceborne who've been put through a special process designed to make them superhumans. So, but the truth is, the iceborne are kind of superhumans too. I mean, you guys are not merely immune to cold, which would give you a +3 to your toughness checks, which is good enough for, I mean, that's pretty tough. You guys
Yeah.
are cold adapted. That means you don't even have to roll. As long as the temperature is above a -100 Celsius, you can't be harmed by cold. Now, that's
Oh.
why what killed the reason why that one soldier died wasn't because of the cold. It was because he was already injured and he was bleeding out. Now, it doesn't make you guys immortal. You can still die
Yeah.
from being shot, falling off
Yes.
tall buildings, whatever.
Hmm.
But you are superhumans from an ordinary human perspective. Um, just bear in mind. You're not
Okay.
Superman.
Also,
No, you're
if we were to go to the tropics, we would probably sweat to death. So
Yeah.
not actually. Cold adapted has no negative side effects. And when it comes to hot environments, you will have no improvements over human beings, although in other ways, because of your abilities, you might be able to mitigate it. Now,
where I was going with that though is that none of us has ever experienced temperatures above 70
no,
degrees. So
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
To the iceborne, the Antarctic is home. Now, as an elevated Eric, okay, I guess I can share this much lore with you guys. He is from the outside. He is a former escaped who volunteered for the process of elevation, was experimented on, and he has essentially, like, the name he uses, Eric Vrilharst. That's a tell for him being elevated because Vrilharst is an assigned name. He must have had a name in the past, but he doesn't remember it. Or maybe he does, but it doesn't matter. Much of his past is a mystery even to him because part of being bathed in the Vril and elevated is that he, in a sense, loses much of his former identity and memories and has
Hmm.
become literally a new man. That's why they assign him a name as elevated. It's a German name because he is now considered part of the population. He's a native now and not merely someone who escaped or was liberated like a thrall. He he's considered part of the system, but he's not Iceborne. He's not Isageborn. Iceborne is a different group, and they are considered the coming race. Have you guys ever heard of a? Is this the guy who infamously wrote "It Was a Dark and Stormy Night"? But he also wrote not too long before he died something called "The Coming Race," and that's actually where all this real stuff comes from. His name was Bulwer Lytton, Edward Bulwer Lytton.
Hmm.
I may get you guys a link to his writings on like Project Gutenberg or something.
Yeah. Okay.
But he
Okay.
was the one who came up with the whole concept of Vril, and now it's just kind of taking on a life of its own. Um, but anyway, and it's called the Coming Race. It's actually not terribly good, but it's as good as your typical, I guess, Victorian science fiction. I mean, that's basically what it is: science fiction, science fantasy. Think Jules Verne, but not as much talent. So there you go.
Okay.
Okay, so this now kind of brings you guys up to date with everything that's going on and your characters. So remember, you have an elevated in the group now who is a basically a technician, a specialist. You have 3 Iceborne. One is a fool occultist. Basically, think Brill mage, Brill conjurer.
Mm.
well, after
Hmm.
looking
You
through
have
the list of abilities that being a Vril adept gives me, I think it actually has a better correlation to a cleric.
it's so this is kind of based on how shall I put this? Many of the theosophists and Ariosophists and Volkish movements made a big deal out of the ancient pre-Christian Germanic priesthood, and I forget there's a name for those guys. So I have modeled the Thule occultist on that just a little bit. So you're kind of like an occult version of a cleric. That's probably true. The thing is, the idea, I mean, at the end of the day, a cleric is just another kind of magician to ordinary people. I mean, they don't know where the magic comes from.
The point I was getting at is that it's the kind of like mix of, like buff, defense, healing, and offensive magic, sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And when people think of like a black mage, that tends to be, mostly offensive stuff. But this is a variety of things.
Yeah, and of course it all comes out of real mythology. I tried to incorporate things that I thought would be useful in the game, because I mean this is a pulp science fantasy game, right? So this is like you're reading a pulp story in the 1950s, except it's slightly cooler because it has ice Nazis. But the thing is, it's meant to be a useful class, so to help and build everyone else, because you have two warriors. One is Alexa, and the other's Petra. So there's another Iceborn. You have an Iceborn warrior, a Krieger, and a lady warrior. That's Amy's character. And then you have, of course, Friedrich, who is Miguel's character, and he is actually a leader. So he's a leader type. And so you have 3 Iceborn in the group. You have 1 Quisling, which is Sylvia's playing. That's Alexa. And which is a little unusual, because normally you wouldn't want to play Quislings in like ordinary games. You'd want to do it in like a longer campaign where you have like a redemption arc, because that's a big part of being Quisling, is the redemption arc. I don't think I'm going to worry about that very much in the context of these kind of playtest games, because I want you guys just kind of play them. Because I think a lot of people, if they get this game and play it, they're just going to want to roll up characters and play it.
Write out 2 pages of backstory to explain how you became one of the in group when you weren't before, and so on, and then leave it at that.
Yeah.
The one thing that I've been mildly disappointed with is that we don't have a reason to call any of the members of the party a Luftwafferin, but whatever.
Yeah. So basically, the 3 Iceborns are different from me and Alexa, right?
Right.
Physically, at least physically.
Yes.
They have something.
Go ahead.
Yes. No. They have something that tell them apart from the rest of us, right?
Oh yes. And it's a very clear genetic marker. They tend to have their hair tends to be shades of blonde. Like, for instance, the researcher had dirty blonde hair, so it's brownish blonde, but he's still blonde. They tend to have hazel eyes, green eyes, or the higher their level of drill enhancement, the bluer their eyes get, and the paler their eyes, and the paler their skin. So, of course, your character hasn't seen Leutnant Aisling, but she's kind of a classic higher-ranking Iceborn. She's got platinum blonde hair, pale skin, blue eyes, very blue.
Ooh, you
classic ice.
The Rocky movies. Remember the woman who was Ivan Drago's girlfriend? That
sounds about right.
That's the sort of thing I'm picturing. It's like she's tall, she's kind of sturdily built, but very attractive, and she has this like blonde hair that just like looks unnaturally blonde.
Well, like, kind of like the Swedish bikini girls, except that they had tans, and nobody at Base 11 has a tan. They got no time for that. And Dr. Ilsa Richter. Now, you have seen Dr. Ilsa Richter, Pedro, your character has, and she has that same indication. She's older looking. She doesn't look exactly the same, but she has the marks. You can always tell the Iceborn by their appearance. As an elevated, your eyes kind of glow a slight blue with the real energy that you've absorbed. And there are subtle physical changes. You don't look like the man you were, but you don't look like the Iceborn either.
Yeah, probably in my case, a little more tanned and dark hair and dark eyes, probably.
Probably, but for the frill effects, yes. But the reality is the frill effects come through your eyes, and so to any ordinary observer,
Okay.
they kind of glow with blue vril energy. It's one of the marks of the elevated. So you can kind of tell the elevated too.
Okay.
Quislings just look like ordinary people, but you can always tell the Quislings by the uniforms they're assigned. They're tolerated because they can be useful. You haven't been told much about them. The Iceborn know about them. The Iceborn members know that typically they're not very well
Yeah,
trusted.
but the interactions between Iceborn, Elevated, and Quislings, they are normal, or do we notice a certain hierarchy between them?
Oh, well, the Iceborn are definitely on top because they're the coming race. They're the
Mhm.
purpose of Base211, which is to produce a new race of humankind that will break out from the ice, defeat the Xenolords, and rule the world to come.
Mm.
The elevated are a part of that plan. It's not that you're excluded, but there are many side effects from the Vril.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes.
basically, elevated have to be created. They're mutants.
Yeah.
So then
Yeah. But
the escaped are ordinary people. Except of course they managed to escape. In that regard, they're not ordinary. The fringe dwellers are ordinary people. There's the people who still live in what remains of civilization in places like the Rocky Mountains,
mhm.
sub-Saharan Africa, the Himalayas.
Yeah,
Um,
but when I talk, for example, to a Iceborn, do I must have some kind of denote some kind of respect, or if they are kind of nobility and we are lower?
no, it doesn't. That's more a matter of their rank, their social rank,
Okay,
than their
okay,
origin. Yeah. No, I
okay,
mean,
okay,
as an elevated, you are considered fully a part of the organization. So it's remember this is military. This is all military in its
okay, okay,
mindset and its orientation.
okay.
Um, who might you see is a little bit different? Well, you do know that there's a group that are sometimes simply referred to as the Dross. They don't even have assigned numbers. You've only heard about them vaguely, not very much. It's not something that you heard the people in the science section who you've had most of your contact with. You haven't heard much about them. The Iceborn are familiar with them. They're somewhat dreaded because it's like they're that underclass of people that nobody at Base211 really wants to talk about.
Okay,
But they are there. They do exist. So that's all there in the origins section, and they talk about the various origins. The only one that you have to be careful with, I think, in running a campaign would be the Quisling. Like I said, I don't think it matters for these playtests, but normally the Quisling would be difficult to integrate into a campaign without it being something like towards the end of the book, I've got a proposed campaign arc where you have like 12 different scenarios that lead you all the way through the breakout and the final end game with the Xenolords. And
hmm
that for something like that, the Quislings are good because you can provide a redemption arc. But it's in ordinary games, it's kind of probably going to be difficult to manage. But anyway, sorry guys,
okay.
I didn't mean to get sidetracked on all
Oh
that.
yeah. Well, with the
Um,
dross, you also have the angle of why is this person being used as part of a military expedition when they're not military? There are several cultural whatever levels below the military.
Yeah, I mean, you also get it, and that depending on how the party ends up, may determine how the GM has to write the adventures if they're creating their own adventures. Like this group has a high-ranking Quisling. Alexa is actually very high rank, so that's the justification for her presence in the team. She is particularly handy for anything involving the Xenolords because of her background with them. Um,
Okay.
you also have three reasonably high ranking. I mean, they're rank 4 Iceborn. Kind of like you. I mean, your elevated is at the same social level. Um, So there's really no underclass people in the group. So you're all a Sonderkommando. So you're a special commando team, and that's your assignments. Of course, that means more is expected from you, but there you go.
Also, it's actually
so
the workers in the hangar bay that our characters are currently in. They're all people that would be considered of a higher social tier than the Dross.
oh yes, there's no dross in there, but they're not rank 4 either. They're more ordinary soldiers. Some of them have iceborne ancestry. Some of them are outsiders who've escaped to the base, and this is what they've been assigned to do because they either are trainable or they already had these talents. So it's as you go down the chain, you tend to see that because the truth is, Base211 has absorbed a lot of refugees, a lot.
Yes. Okay.
Because this is basically the only place people can get away to. And yet, almost nobody knows it's there, which tells you how many people try to escape the Xenolords and simply die trying. In fact, your character knows about this because in your background, as you were told after you came out of the Vril chamber, they gave you a basic explanation of your background and told you that you were the only survivor out of those who stole a slave
Yeah.
saucer and escaped.
Yes. 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 Okay.
So there was dozens more besides you, but they're all dead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
How they died, what happened to them, what their names were, none of that was treated as relevant enough to preserve the information or relay it to you after you're in elevation. So
Okay.
let's go ahead and get started with the equipment lockers. So the rest of you, Friedrich, Petra, Xavier, Alexa. Of course, Alexa's not there. She's currently being hosed down, so to speak. But so you guys have your standard Schützenzug, which you've always had. So you have your standard sidearms, Vril Ray pistols, or Thule Degens, or Vril Messers. Each of you has 3 days of field rations provided. You all also have Eistraka Hooversled key. So the eyes, properly speaking, these aren't Eistrakas. I just didn't have any other name for them. Eistrakas are actually the big Panzer-like things. These are more like, think of them as being more like two-man ice cycles. I'm thinking of what they had, like what they had on Hoth in the second Star Wars movie.
Actually, we could just use the German word for horse as their name.
Okay.
Because like
so in
it's a cargo vehicle that's reasonably fast. So yeah.
And it's designed to carry just enough of your materials to get you there and back. They're very simple transports, two-man transports. So there'll be 3 transports total, and those have to be assembled at site. They're kind of attached to the exterior of the to the disc, and so what we will do here, you see that there's a field radio. So it's a short burst, 50-kilometer radio. You anticipate that that's meant to keep you in communication with the disk, which will be at some distance, and which will then relay encrypted transmissions to the base. That's standard for safety. It is cipher rotated with a 12-hour key and is locked to the science section monitoring array. So this is not an Oberkommando radio setup. This is a science division radio setup. There is a standard combat medical kit, bandages, coagulants, morphine, syrets, stim shots. And there is a sealed sample container kit. This is for the biospheric samples that were mentioned. There are 3 glass jars, sealing wax, sterile gloves, and of course the kit is marked science section. So Friedrich, go ahead.
Sorry, could I get just the name of the other for Tulip, Morhawkman, and Miguel, the character names,
Oh,
please?
yeah. The other characters are, so you've got Sylvia's character is Alexa.
Mm-hmm.
She is a Quisling, a very
Quisling.
high-ranking
Okay.
defector. Very high-ranking defector.
Mm-hmm.
You have Friedrich, who is the leader archetype, and he is Iceborn. You have
Mm-hmm.
Petra, that's Amy's character.
Okay.
She is a Iceborn warrior.
Mm-hmm.
You have Xavier, of course, which is Mar Hockman's character. He is a Thule occultist.
Okay. Thank you.
Think conjurer, basically. And so, and then of course, then there's your characters. So there is 5 of
Okay.
you in Sonderkommando Eiswolf at this time, or Eiswolfe. I think that's actually how it's pronounced, is Eiswolfe at this time, Eiswolf. Let's see. So that, yeah, you guys know. Friedrich, could you make a investigation or search check, please, and tell me the result?
I rolled an 11. Was nothing. I have nothing. Okay, so it's an 11.
All right. You notice that the standard long-range radio is not in the cockpit of the saucer. There is a blanking plate where it should be. Let's see. Xavier, would you make a investigation or search check, please?
It's a D20, right?
That's right. And you can add your investigation skill and your wits, or if you don't have investigation, you can use search, which is always a +1, and you can add your wits.
Okay. Man, I need to fix with font. Sorry, I'm looking at the thing that you typed up. I just accidentally opened it with the wrong font, and it's not doing the columns properly. There we go. That's better. Okay, so wits I get a +2. Yeah, I don't think I have an investigation roll. So my total roll was a 9.
Okay. Alrighty. The thing that you might have noticed you did not notice, but you don't know you didn't notice it. Let's see. Petra. Please make a let's see, either investigative or search check, also using your wits bonus.
That's an 18.
Very good. So you're checking, because you are Krieger, you're basically taking a look with some misgivings at the missing weapons on the hard points. And that's when you notice that there is a secondary navigation beacon that's active on the saucer, and it's already been activated. You see that it's set up to ping the eugenics hall, the science section, every 6 hours. And there's a small green light on the cockpit panel marked nav beacon active. You don't see any switching associated with it.
So it's just running all the time.
Yes, it looks like it will ping the science section every 6 hours and give whatever the disk's navigation location is.
Do we have access to that, or does that location information go to base?
Well, the disk does have a panel that you know that the pilot will probably look at, will probably show his location. But you notice that this disk seems much more automated than what the Oberkommando typically uses. You're not seeing anything like a switch or controls for the navigation beacon. And this is not standard equipment. That was the reason why I asked you to make the roll. You realize this is not a standard navigation beacon. Someone has added this to the disk.
Okay, I think I want to find out more about that if I can.
Okay, so how do you do that?
I asked the I can't remember his name. The person in charge of our briefing.
Oh, Voss is not there. Voss is not there. There's 5 other people there. One of them looks like some kind of technician foreman. The others just look like technicians working on various things or deckhands moving things around. And again, there's some guy who's kind of, he's not really hidden, but he's kind of like over there behind some boxes napping.
Well, is there a role I can make that would give me more information?
Well, you could try. Let's see. Do you have any knowledge skills?
I'm looking.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, lest Alexa become bored, Sylvia, we will
I'm
we will
tired of
return to
being
you.
loose. Yes.
So you are on sub level 2 of the eugenics hall. You're 3 levels up above the hangar where the others are already checking things out. So basically, what you're undergoing is an accelerated biocontainment and bioscreening protocol. You sit there in a table. Your clothing was removed. You're wearing this kind of brief white, lab gown. You remember having to wear something like this when you first came in and defected to Base211. It's clearly they're kind of going you over you from head to toe. And you hear them kind of making short, brief technical comments, looking at data slates, looking at monitors, poking you with little needles, putting various probes on you, and making little comments. Residual thrall pheromone mode on skin. Minimal. Check the right hand, and one of them looks at your right hand, just kind of picks up your right hand, spreads the fingers, kind of looks at it, takes out this little thing that looks like a magnifying glass, but it glows a faint green color. And she runs it up and down over your hand. She says, negative for residual thrall pheromone load. You hear them talking about spore exposure. They check your eyes. They don't really ask you. They just kind of reach over and they, put their fingers and kind of open your eyes and shine a light in it. They look inside your ears. They read off things about your surface skin temperature, your heart rate. One of them comes up in front of your face and starts snapping their fingers on either side of your face, and of course,
Oh God!
you reflexively look, and then that one turns around to another one and says cognitive baseline normal, and they poke you to get a blood panel. They're being very efficient. Again, you've gone through this before, but they're just you're a research subject. You might as well be a lab rat. It's none of it's personal. It's about screening you. So let's do this for you, Alexa. I need you to do a toughness check, and 2 wits checks. So let's do the toughness check first.
Toughness. Good. I rolled a 9, so let me check at my bonus. Well, I do have a 3, so it's an 11. Not an 11.
Okay.
A 12.
It's 12. Yeah.
12. And okay, natural 20.
Okay.
And it's 2 widths, right? That you said. Okay.
Yeah, give me just a second. You got a
16,
natural 20
17.
on.
Yes, 17 on the second.
Okay, and so your second wits check was a 17?
Yes.
So, okay. So I actually think, okay. Okay. All right, let me check this real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so the baseline screening, you pass. It's not a problem. The cognitive baseline, you also pass, but you see the researcher kind of frown for a moment, and she starts making a lot of notes on her clipboard. And she says, "You should know that your cognitive response patterns are within the flesh typical dispersion. This will require you to be under continued observation."
Of course,
Let's see.
they are.
So, let's see here. All right. So this other one, and need to double check. I may have missed. I wrote this like a week ago, so I'm having to reread it now because I don't remember it. So here's what they say. You are cleared for deployment. We find no evidence of contamination. Your cognitive response patterns appear normal. You're demonstrating the expected conditions for one of the liberated. You are cleared for a standard mission profile. I see nothing exceptional here. Your reaction time is very good, very good. Yes, Alexa. Most excellent. You are ready for the mission. So this is about most of an hour later. You are cleared. You may join the rest of your Sonder Commando in Hangar Bay 3. They are down 2 levels. Follow the yellow line.
I salute. Thank you. Heil.
Hail the Iceborne! And they all say, Hail!
And I go to meet.
Alrighty, so you guys notice that Alexa shows up. It's while you've done most of your checks and Alexa arrives. So let's see. Let me check in with a few other things. So Petra, Amy, your character, did you do anything else to try to discover about the secondary navigation beacon?
No, that's okay. I withdraw my request.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I will check head to toe the flying saucer if everything is okay.
All right. Go ahead and make your. I think you have technical, right? What are
Yep,
your
yep.
technical skills? Go ahead and make a technical roll and let me know your total result.
It's with what? With cell or intelligence?
For technical, it will be intelligence for this at least.
Okay. So it's a +5, 18 total.
Okay. Let's see.
As I said, I don't want to get any surprises along the way.
All righty. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I'm catching everything here.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I wrote way too much in this module. I'm just realizing I way overdid this. Oh my gosh.
No
There's so much
problem.
more. This is like 3 times the size of the first one. So it's like I probably should have paid attention to page count. Oh, let's see. And as usual, it's all notes, so it's a mess. Let's see.
That is actually an interesting thing, is that a lot of the old modules from D&D, if you actually pay attention, half of the material published in the module is really more like an encyclopedia or a compendium about the setting and not really specific to the location.
Yeah. Well, they kind of took it for granted that people would kind of do their own thing.
But also is that if you're introducing new things to the fictional world, you kind of have to explain what the new things are, which might include writing bios of like an entire civilization.
So, Alexa, you arrive. You see that everybody's kind of going over the ship. The technical staff appears to be kind of, I don't know. They're doing something, but you're not sure that what they're doing is actually that useful. You do notice something. You see on the wall of the hangar, there's some kind of backlit chart when you arrive. There's some kind of chart. And you see a technician come in, but this looks like a science section technician, not a hangar, ordinary hangar staff. He's wearing a white lab coat, and you see him mark a number of things on this backlit chart. He writes quickly and efficiently, and then exits the hangar.
Okay, I read
Go
Frederick and
ahead.
ask if he needs something.
Sorry?
Do you need something, boss?
Do we need something?
Do you need something from me? Yes. Reporting for duty.
I don't think so. Is everything all right? Do we have everything that we need?
I don't know, I just arrived.
That's a question for everybody.
Yeah, I believe so. I relate to the group the information about the nav beacon.
Oh,
Okay.
an F beacon. Okay, I will try to check it out.
Okay, so you did get a pretty good technical role. You do also have salvage operations specialization.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really it's a fairly significant role. So here's what you find. The removal of the Hauptwelle, which is the long-range communications, is recent and clean. The bolts are new. The antenna lead is capped. The blanking plate is stamped with Herrn Dr. Richter's authorization. So you know that the Hauptwelle is intended for long-range encrypted voice and data to the Oberkommando. So clearly it is not intended for you guys to have any communications outside the science section, and those communications will tend to come through probably a relay of some kind. You do notice the nav beacon now that Petra mentioned it. And you'll notice that it is on a separate Vril coil circuit. It has its own antenna lead. It is small, well made, and hardwired into the port side avionics bay. This is not standard for Oberkommando. The Oberkommando Hanubu discs do not carry secondary navigation beacons. This has been added, and you assume installed for this mission.
Yeah, so the science division is uber interested in this mission, right? They want to know everything about it.
That's a reasonable thought. That's a reasonable thought to have. You do know the handiwork is quite good. This is not standard hangar technician by the book stuff. Somebody probably with real technic specialization put this together.
So basically, what I infer from that, it's probably there is some kind of, I don't know, shall we say competition or interest, different interest between the Oberkommando and the science division.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, that's probably a perfectly reasonable thing to think. You see that there has been a pilot seat reconfiguration. Linkages have been rerouted, foot pedals repositioned. It's apparently this has been assigned to a specific pilot. This is not an Oberkommando pilot. There's a specific name on the tag, K. Slotman. You're guessing that this is a standard Deckwerker, flight operations pilot. This would not be a combat pilot. Could explain why the ship's hard points are unarmed and weapons have been stowed away somewhere. You also notice. Go ahead.
So basically, from what I see, this is a purely scientific mission.
You're not seeing any indication of interest in any kind of combat. No.
Okay.
Although all the weapons are personal weapons that have already been assigned, you're not seeing extra weaponry. You're not seeing any mines or explosives. You're not seeing any specialized armor. You're not seeing anything. Even the disc itself is a standard type spy. So this is not the latest version of the Iceborne Base211 combat discs. This is an older model. That's perfectly suitable. It's real energized, and it'll get you where you want to go, and it'll go really fast.
So it's a low profile device. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't strike you as inappropriate for a science mission. Although, again, remember, everything at Base211 has a military aspect. Even the science staff have military rankings. They're just science division rankings rather than Oberkommando, which is the primary force, which is the real military. You also note, and since you got a good enough roll, you did note this, the core tuning for the drive is a little bit off. It's drifted. You'd figure 3% maybe. So it's designed for slower acceleration, longer range, lower top speed. It's not a high degree of efficiency that you would expect to see in a combat disc, right? This is not meant to do fancy maneuvers. It's going to be a little less responsive, but that's okay because it will be extremely efficient in how it uses energy.
So this disc is meant not to give any red flags to onlookers, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, all you know is that it's kind of designed to move more carefully, slower, but to be much more efficient. So it's like the difference between, that there are discs that would be more like Lamborghinis. This is more like a Volkswagen Golf.
Okay. We're dead.
The ventral hardpoints appear to be configured for sample containment and not weapons.
Mhm.
There are no Vrillstrahlenkanonen, right?
Mhm.
Instead,
Okay.
there are sealed cargo pods that have been. Think of, guys, you have those cargo pods you can put on top of cars. It's the same basic
Yes,
principle.
yes. The toolless. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, this is clearly designed to both carry your gear and to provide a way for you to carry other things if needed. The field radio is in the cockpit in a magnetic cradle. You pick it up, you check the cipher slot, and you notice the cipher slot is empty. It
Hmm.
it needs a launch time key, or you guys won't be able to use it. There is a serial number etched on the bottom, so when you look at it, you recognize it as standard science section issue. So this again is not Oberkommando equipment.
Mhm.
So this is, the upshot of this. You guys have Science Division comms gear, Science Division ciphers, and a Science Division disc with a Science Division pilot and a Science
Yeah.
Division navigation leash. So everything
Oh,
about this says Science Section, Science Section, Science Section.
okay. So if this mission goes sideways, we don't have any means, at least in the saucer, to defend ourselves. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that's good to know.
So your character's overall read of the situation, this is just a survey platform. It's not a
Okay.
combat platform. It is also
I
not
will.
it's not a quick extraction platform either. It doesn't have that kind of speed or maneuverability. It is designed for a very simple research mission.
So I will inform the rest of the group that, well, about all that information. That this is basically a science mission, and we don't. Well, the saucer is not equipped, at least for offense or defense. We have to be very, very careful.
Yes, of course. Well, that is the mission, so we will accomplish it. Obviously, that is our job.
But I think the science division is, well, it's most interesting in this assignment. The Oberkommando.
Yes,
Well,
apparently
they get.
the case. Yes. I understand, but we have a job to do, so
Yes, let's do
let's
it,
let's do it.
and hope, and let's hope we get a life from it.
We will. I'm sure we will.
All righty. What do you guys need to do or want to do?
Oh, I don't. Alexa, did you? Is everything all right? Are you
Of course,
clear to go?
of course I am.
Well, I don't know. It's up to you, leader. But I think everything is okay, at least for what we are about to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
so let's clear this.
If we're about to get ready to go, I'm going to have my character get dressed in his cold suit.
Okay. So you put on your Schanzenzug.
Because I know from the previous times we did this, is like actually getting dressed along the way. I mean, you can do it. I wouldn't consider it to be the easy way.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
Eric. Yeah, you
I'm,
notice that. Yeah, that Eric doesn't put his suit on.
Okay.
I suit up as well.
I suit up I don't know, is it possible to suit while we are traveling? If so, I do that then.
Okay.
Well, now we have to wait for the pilot, right?
Yes, the pilot is. You're told the pilot will be arriving shortly. Friedrich, have you made any decision on whether you're going to wear your Schanzenzug or are you going to leave yours off as well?
no, this time I will suit up before I get in, just in case.
Okay. All right. So about give it about, I'd say 15 minutes. A man enters. He's wearing a sort of standard pilot's outfit. He is wearing a cold weather gear. You see him walk in. He is approached by the foreman, who hands him a data slate and gives him what looks like some kind of little chip, which he takes and nods. Let's see, what else? So he walks over and he clicks his heels together and gives a salute. Says, "Hail! All hail!
Hail!
I am your pilot for this
Hail!
mission. My name is Stratman. I am your pilot for this mission. I have been advised that it is time for us to depart, and we will have 96 hours to return."
Certainly. So let's go.
He nods, salutes again, and then goes ahead and walks into the disk.
I follow inside.
Yes, I walk in also. No, I'll wait for everyone to enter and then I'll enter last.
Okay.
Okay, well, I go ahead and get on then.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
after everyone entered, I'll follow.
Okay. Alrighty, I assume that everyone is now on board the disk. Stratman gets into the pilot's chair. He slides the little chip into the radio and pushes a button, and you see it start up and go blue with a slight crackle of energy. And he says to no one in particular, "Stratman, pilot, H211 disk, ready for departure." And you hear a voice come back over. "H211 acknowledged. 12-hour cipher will be transmitted. Please remain within distance of the standard relays. First send will be received from you, and cipher will be changed every 12 hours in the standard manner." And Stratman says, "Acknowledged. Preparing to depart." So you guys see above you the enormous vaulted roof begins to open, and you see all the technicians start to quickly clear out. There's a section of the roof that pulls away, and you see he starts flipping various switches, and as he does so, he says, "Please take your seats. We shall be exiting within 60 seconds."
Okay, I'll take my seat.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
So here's what I have as your statuses as we get ready to head out. Arish, you're wearing your baseline uniform, not wearing the suit.
Mm-hmm.
Alexa, you're in your suit. And Petra, you're in your suit. You've got your Vril Ray carbine, correct? And Xavier, you've got your suit and your Vril Ray pistol, as well as your Thule Degen, your Thule staff that you need to use for your abilities. And of course,
and
Friedrich.
the messer.
Right. Well, I thought you were carrying your Vril Ray pistol. Okay.
Well, no, I was
All
saying
right.
that I have all three of them.
Oh, okay. Okay. I will make a note of that.
Well, I mean, it's on the character sheet already.
Well, that's true. All right. And of course, Friedrich, you're in your suit. You have your Vril Ray pistol. You kind of see Arish board without actually putting a suit on. Let's see. I've made a note, Xavier, about your loadout. So Mar Hockman, your character does have his. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I've got that noted. So Stratman turns to you, Friedrich, and says, "Shall we launch now? It is time."
Lunch.
So Stratman notes what you have said, nods, turns, and the disc begins to lift. You guys can see through the. So the disc does not have windows in the usual sense. Instead, inside there are sections of the disc's interior that, as the craft launches, they simply go transparent.
Okay.
And you know that this is an aspect of real technology. Essentially, what is outside the craft is being transmitted directly through the structure of the disc itself to the inside, and it has a really great glasshouse effect. I mean, you guys can see everything around the saucer without obstruction. The disc has no limitations there, but you know if you were outside, you would see that it would be glowing blue all over with real energy, and you would not see any windows. It's just rising into the air with this kind of faint, humming, buzzing, staticky sound that is associated with high levels of real energy. Okay. So let's see. So, guys, I will probably have us take a little break here in about 15 minutes. Does anybody need a break now, or are we good to wait?
We are good to wait.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to check with everyone to make sure. Okay. So, as the saucer lifts, Stratman speaks into the short-range communicator and says, "Sonderkommando Eiswürfe, the mission is go. Orders given, taking us up." And the drive ring starts to whine and hum. The blue light outside becomes very bright. And as you accelerate through the exit and the roof, the hum becomes a roar outside. But inside, it's this kind of gentle hum. It's actually kind of pleasant in a weird way, especially for the four who have received real treatments. Erich, Friedrich, Petra, and Xavier. It feels almost exhilarating. This faint sound of the real energizing. Xavier, you particularly being attuned to Die Glocke, can feel the bell energy inherent in it. The everything in the hangar vibrates subtly to the increase in energy. Below, the only person still in the hangar is the crew chief, who is giving various hand signals. The disc continues to accelerate 3 meters up, 6 meters up, 10 meters up, perfectly level. It's just moving upwards. A circle of pale fire around the edges. And beyond it, the white, flat Antarctic plateau, blinding under a low sun that you know probably has no warmth outside. There's a visual outside temperature reading on one of the panels as you enter the outside. Negative 20 Celsius at 50 meters, negative 38 Celsius at 200 meters, and finally you reach the 500 meter cruising altitude, negative 46 degrees Celsius. And you see the H.E. Hansen ice front, which is kind of a black line on the starboard side, 380 kilometers northeast of you, where you know Station Marta is supposed to be located. So Stratman gently banks the disc, lining up on the Norwegia, bearing towards Station Marta. And you guys continue. You take off. So 6 minutes after launch, you guys are cruising at about 800 meters above the ice, and you hear a chime, a soft three-tone pulse. None of you on the team have heard this before. And you hear a click come from the field radio. And you hear a distinct sound that you associate with real burst array transmissions. And you see a light on the radio go from amber to green. Let's see. So Xavier, I won't make you take a roll for this because you can see it clearly from where you are. You see a designation number at the top, and then it's followed by the text cipher key, octave, rotation, 12 hours, next key, T plus 12, frequency, 7.23 megahertz, beacon status, ping 116, time 612. So you know from Oberkommando communications, this would be associated with the first beacon ping having been set. So the folks back in the science section know you're airborne, know where you're located, know what your bearing is, know what your ground speed is. There's another reading that you guys can see that says you're traveling at 412 kilometers per hour.
Okay. We're going fast.
So Xavier, let's see. Make your make a knowledge check and tell me the total.
Okay. Oh, goody. Let's see. What's my bonus here on this again?
And you can use your intelligence bonus.
Right. That's +3. I don't actually have a bonus to general knowledge. Oh. Okay, so I guess that's a total of 11.
So that's enough for you to understand that this is not an Oberkommando transmission frequency. You're going to assume this goes directly to the science division. And it's good for the next 12 hours. So Stratman pushes a button and you guys see another HUD element pop up on the inside panels of the disk. And he says simply, countdown has started. And you see time T plus 6 minutes, 12 seconds. It shows your position airborne, 47 kilometers northeast of Base211 at 800 meters altitude, bearing 47 degrees. It shows the ground speed is 410 kilometers per hour. It shows the distance to the LZ as 333 kilometers. And the ETA is, which is in countdown format, currently shows about 50 minutes. It shows you a weather window, and it says hour 0 to 6 clear, optimal. And it makes a reference to beacon pings, 1 of 16.
Oof.
So you guys, of course, are in your chairs. This is a converted military Hanabu disc. So there are 5 seats. 2 of them are fold downs along the ventral bulkhead, all of them facing the cockpit where Stratman sits in his wrong side of the disc seat because of his left-handedness. The cabin lighting is this kind of cold blue that you associate with real lamps. The air inside smells slightly of mechanicals and ozone from the vril. There's a faint plasticky scent you would associate with new seat fabric. Erich is you're in the starboard fold down seat in your base layer. The cabin is warm, real heated, comfortable. So the cold is not touching you.
Yeah. So I take a nap.
Okay. So
with all the humming and the temperature, I feel comfortable. I'll take a nap.
So Eric takes a nap. Petra, you're on the port side jump seat. You're dressed in your Schutzenzug. You have your helmet on, your visor up. There's a porthole. I guess you should say a transparent section of the disc exterior, because it's not actually a port side porthole. So you've got your Vril Ray carbine nearby. Xavier, you're in the cockpit jump seat. You're in the seat directly behind Stratman. That's why you were able to see everything that's going on at the console. And Alexa, you're in the center fold down between Erich and Xavier. And Friedrich, you're on the port side jump seat. The chronometer that you wear on your wrist has the same countdown you're seeing in the vehicle itself. Apparently, your chronometer is being automatically synchronized. So basically, this is your way of knowing that you've been put on the clock. So you guys have about an hour to do things. We already know that Erich is going to take a nap. Does anybody else want to say or do anything?
I'm going to, like last time, Xavier studied maps of the area we're going to, and yeah, I guess he'll be doing that again because, memorizing the terrain of a location you've never been to is at least something.
Okay. Anything from you, Petra?
I think I'm just looking over Friedrich's shoulder at the maps.
Okay, so you're going to look over Xavier's shoulder at the maps.
Xavier, sorry.
That's all right. Alexa, are you doing anything?
No, I'm just observing and getting ready in case needed to smash something.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I know this has been kind of an action short session so far. It's getting everything set up. And of course, being players, you're paranoid and you check everything. So let's see. Is Friedrich doing anything, Miguel?
No, seems everything is ready, so there's no need for any prepping or anything like that. Everyone is ready. Except the one is sleeping, but is getting ready by sleeping, I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently there are people who just decide to take a nap and nobody really pays attention when they take their nap. Okay, so in that case, we can pretty much fast forward to the landing zone. Okay, so at this point in time, the cabin quiets, the drive ring hums. Beneath the vehicle, you can see the ice and unroll below. You can see features in the distance. It's not anything special. It all looks the same. There's mountains, there's plains, there's ice, there's snow. Everyone is just settling in, essentially. Erich is decided to do what you would call, I guess, a power nap.
Yes,
But
precisely.
he's doing that kind of what they call the Navy nap, where he's trained himself to sleep on the instant and to wake when needed. Let's see. Petra, you look across and notice that Erich appears to be deeply asleep. I mean, and fast too, very fast.
I feel envy.
So Xavier, you're looking at a map slate. There's a section there in the craft where there's a number of slots in the side, and these contain various kinds of data slates. You grabbed a map slate, and it's the standard Oberkommando terrain package. Interestingly enough, apparently the science section doesn't bother maintaining its own maps. It looks like it was preloaded. You see the 1938 Thule survey map of Marta Station at a 1 to 5,000 scale. You see a modern satellite overlay that is dated to 1972, that's at 1 to 10,000 scale. You see a weather and atmospheric profile, 96-hour forecast. Basically, you can bring that up by tapping it with your finger. You also see that this includes a subsurface geological chart that's been marked up. It says anomalies consistent with subsurface biological activity. So here's what you see and can memorize. Because you're a Thule occultist, and this is really what you pay attention to. You're not a Krieger. You don't look at a map and think of terms of locations. You're not a scientist. You're not a technician. You're a Thule occultist. For you, the Vril is everything. So you see this coast has a low diffuse frill background. It's normal. It's nothing anomalous. The 1938 anomalous compass readings that are noted, you don't see anything in the more modern data. So either they were dissipated or they were transient or something went wrong with the instruments in the 1938 Thule survey. You do see a subtle Vril shadow along the base of the H.E. Anson ice front, where the base is located. It runs parallel to the ice front about 200 meters below the surface. It's faint. You didn't really notice it in the briefing room because the briefing room uses a visual chart. But now you're able to look at the Vril layering. So that subtle Vril shadow is there. The Marta Station marker is at the edge of this Vril shadow, not on top of it, not under it, at the edge. So the 1938 survey said anomalous compass readings within 200 meters of the station. The 1974 Vril imagery suggests that the eddy is approximately 180 meters south-southwest of the station marker and running east to west, about 200 meters below the snow. Xavier cannot tell from the imagery whether this is natural. In other words, is there a Vril vein, or is there a deposit of some kind, or a biological one, like a sustained biosphere of some kind? You can't really tell, you just see it there. You don't really know what it means either. So how this will work out for you then is, because you put time into the memorization, you'll arrive at the LZ with the terrain layout of Marta Station plus the Vril shadow overlay. Petra, you're looking over his shoulder. You're not a Thule occultist, so you're really looking at the visual layer. So you'll have an idea of what the layout of the various buildings are. So Petra, you observe that there are 4 main cabin positions. There's a main cabin, a marked generator cabin, what looks like a supply cabin, and a chapel. The layout is roughly square around a central yard, with a flagpole and instrument platform to the north and an outhouse of some kind to the south. That's all marked on the map. And apparently that was how it was laid out in 1938. The radio mast position, Petra, is about 8 meters tall, and it's on a granite outcrop east of the main cabin, with the antenna oriented southwest. You notice this and think it's a little strange, because this is showing up in 1972's survey. But when you see Xavier do a back and forth between the 38 survey and the 72 survey, there was no mast in 1938. And its orientation is pointed at Base211. The map has already been marked for the approach vectors for the hover sleds from the landing point, which is 2 kilometers away from Marta Station itself. So there's going to be 2 sleds, each of which can ride 2 people. I'm sorry, there's going to be 3 sleds, which each 2 persons can ride, and one of the sleds will have 1 person. The terrain between the LZ and the station is a low Antarctic moraine ridge. Then you've got a wind-polished snowfield, and then a black basalt outcrop, and then the station. So the moraine offers cover. The snowfield does not. The basalt outcrop is a defensive position if the team needs one. That's what you think as a Krieger, as a warrior. You're thinking in terms of defending or attacking the terrain, right? What role the terrain would play. The flagpole appears to be gone. I'm sorry, the flag is gone based on what you're seeing in the 72 survey. But the flagpole is still there. You note that because it appears that it's described in the notes as a wooden flagpole. And you wonder yourself how a wooden flagpole could survive for 44 years in Antarctica. So Alexa and Friedrich, nothing specific that you guys notice. And so now we are at the landing zone. T 53 minutes. You arrive exactly on time. The disc descends. Strawman's hands move on the yoke with small, precise inputs, the disc banking gently to lose altitude in long, controlled turns. The vril drive thrums at its very efficient setting. Friedrich, you notice that the landing is not as swift and not as efficient from a combat perspective as an Oberkommando combat disc would be. This is the slow, steady landing of a non-combat disc. You know, this is a focus on efficiency and arriving with the ground, but no one's worried about not being noticed. You know, taking these kind of big circles as you lower as you lower to the ground. Whereas in a true Oberkommando high efficiency combat disc, you know that they would burn more energy and basically just go straight down and kind of hover all the way to the ground. More of a pop-up combat helicopter profile, whereas this is more like a small plane.
At this moment, I wake up. Are we there yet?
Yes, we are. Right. I'm glad
Good.
now.
The ground rises to meet you. There's white snow, black basalt, all the things I described to you. The LZ is on the moraine. You're about 2 kilometers south of the station, south of the marker. The wind is rising. You can see that from the readouts on the inside of the disk. It's 11 o'clock local time, and you know that the katabatic winds build in the afternoon, but the snow is moving in long, low streamers across the moraine, and the air above the LZ is full of fine ice crystals that catch the sun and kind of turn it into a pale, directionless glare. The disc settles onto the moraine with a soft thump. You hear the drive wing wind down, and he takes his hands off the yoke and says, "We are landed. We have arrived on time." And as he says that, the field radio chimes again, and you see the display show Beacon ping 2 of 16, T plus 53 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay, so shall we?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, it's time. Let's get up.
Okay, so I go and start gathering all the equipment. and getting
All
ready
right.
to leave the saucer.
Okay.
Same.
Okay. At this point, does Arish put on his Schützenzu?
Let me ask you something. Is this for me really necessary, or it impacts in any form the the communication between me and the party?
Well, you know that the Schützenzu will include your local communication gear, like suit-to-suit communication. You also know that while you do have significant capabilities when it comes to your hemoglobin,
Hmm.
you're not exactly cold adapted. You
Yes.
cannot, like for instance, if you were to fall into the water and not be able to breathe for a while, you'd be okay. You'd be more in danger from the cold than they are. You have the adaptive hemoglobin, so it's not quite the same as being cold adapted. I mean, you notice the Iceborne are wearing their suits, even though in theory, they could walk around naked outside, and it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference in terms of the cold conditions. So you would tend to think you might need to go ahead and put on your Schützenzu.
Okay,
Now, if
so
the
I'll put
situation
it.
arises where you can't breathe for a time, that's okay. You just kind of reduce your oxygen needs and go on. But
Okay, so I'll suit up.
okay.
And wait for them to start leaving the saucer.
Okay. So
first.
okay. Okay. Friedrich, you go first. Everyone exits the saucer.
Yeah, I'll go second.
Okay. All righty. And
Now we have to split according to the sliders, right? Only
right.
two.
So there are
Only
there
two.
are right there. No,
Yeah.
there are 3 hover sleds. There are
Yeah.
3 hover sleds.
So I will take one by myself, and you can share the others. Is that
Okay.
there are 2 others?
So Friedrich takes one of the hover sleds for himself. How do the
I
rest
don't
of
know.
you split up?
I don't know if the ladies want to go together, but it's fine by me. I don't know how you want to
Who
split.
rides with who on the other 2 guys?
Well, I wait because I know they're all racist towards me.
You're used to it at this point. So
Yeah.
Petra, who do you want to ride with?
It doesn't matter. Whoever's closest.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's just say Petra and Alexa will ride one.
Okay, so I'll go with Xavier.
Sure. Okay.
Racists.
Okay. All right. So I've now got your formation. And guys, let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. I need to use the gentleman's room, and you guys can do that as well. And we'll get back here at 1:15. Okay?
Okay. See you
All
then.
right. See you soon.
Vocês ainda estão aí?
Sim.
Ok.
Yes.
Temos.
Yes. Temos. Então, gostaste muito daquela discussão com a Anselma sobre o filme fantástico e maravilhoso que é o Sansão e Dalila? Ah, não, desculpa, a Odisseia.
Então tive uma conversa com o Elder também.
Ui, então.
Foi em privado.
Ok.
Ficou chateado com a Anselmo também.
Toda a gente fica chateada com o Anselmo, não é? Como é óbvio, com aquelas merdas que ele diz.
O que é natural, pois claro.
Está toda ressabiada.
Então, pois claro que está, então o gajo.
Connosco está de outra maneira diferente, mas também deve estar toda ressabiada com ela, não é? Porque ele agora está cancelado porque usei AI.
Comigo está chateado porque eu já o desamiguei há muito tempo. Agora está chateado porque, entretanto, porque a malta woke cancelou também. Por causa do
Claro,
AI.
então, como é óbvio, então, mas ele estava à espera de quê? Estava à espera. É que se ele sai 1% fora da cartilha designada, está lixado.
É esse o grande problema, que ele não percebeu. Que é estúpido, não percebeu essa
É,
parte. Ele não pode
claro.
escapar a nada. É em nada.
Zero. Ele tem que obedecer a tudo, porque senão é nazi.
Isto não tem nada a ver com o progressismo, mas pronto, mas faz parte, não é? Não interessa. Pronto. Ele
Oh meu Deus, é sério.
pode ser tudo,
Epá, mas
os trans,
epá, é assim, eu não li aliás, eu li a Odisseia há anos. Eu não sei se o gajo leu a Odisseia, mas a
não
personagem, mas a personagem do Page, da Elliot Page, ou como é que o gajo se chama,
mas
ele
quem
nem
está lá,
sequer entra é que ele nem sequer entra na Odisseia. Os gajos espetaram ali, não sei porquê.
Supostamente é um coisa que ele vê, ele quando está no. Eu li a Odisseia por acaso o ano passado, quando começaram a falar do filme e daquela tradução má, eu li a Odisseia, foi uma tortura porque ele é uma chatice do caraças, mas ele quando está no inferno, no reino de Hades, vê um sol, mas não, é uma data deles, inclusive é os que morreram em. Portanto, eu nem sei se aquilo é mencionado ou não, que não me lembro. Supostamente é um soldado que ele vê, mas não é dos mais importantes, que é outras pessoas mais importantes.
Claro, como é óbvio, não é? Pô, epá, a sério, epá, mas não. Epá, aqueles
Mas a
gajos,
questão nem
Jesus.
interessa porque aquela cena é estúpida, não é? Pois estão a dizer, pois já eu não gosto do Nolan, eu estava a dizer, eu acho que o Nolan é uma seca, portanto, independentemente da wokeness, porque depois acho que a preta faz gêmeas, mas também não aparece quase nada.
Yeah, exatamente. Eu acho que a gaja aparece, acho que é 48 segundos. 48 segundos é no filme todo. O
Aliás,
papel dela.
queixaram-se que, e a outra também, os Diários da Princesa, que eles têm por dar pouco tempo de antena às mulheres, e tal, não sei o quê.
Desculpa lá, mas a Odisseia, as mulheres estão lá em força, caraças.
Elas estão a dizer uma história de homens, bloody cares.
Opa, pelo amor da santa, sério. Oh, Jesus. Opa, eu só espero que os gajos não peguem no Midsummer's Night Dream do Shakespeare e sejam
Não, houve um
só.
filme disso,
E, se-
não, houve um filme disso há uns anos, mas acho que foi
e
mais ou
seja,
menos normal.
e sejam só travecas em cadeira de rodas, não binários e essas merdas. Porra, pelo amor da santa. Epá, não há
já
paciência para aqueles gajos, a sério. Não há paciência.
fizeram algumas adaptações do Shakespeare com pretos e com travecas. Não, mais. Não fizeram mais porque não calhou.
Exato, pronto, olha.
Não, eventualmente. E agora
Aliás,
Ulisses, em vez de ser um gajo que é um aldrabão e blá blá blá, um conman,
sim.
passa a ser um cuck. Deve ser por isso que nós
Exato,
chamamos de filme.
exatamente. Epá, mas os gajos, aliás, os woke deviam estar furiosos, era com a apropriação cultural. Não existe nenhum grego no filme. Então, como é que eles respondem a isso?
não faz mal, porque os gregos são brancos. Eu digo que não.
Exato, e ser branco e ser da cultura oeste é misógino e essa toda. Pronto, está explicado.
Os gregos não há problema. Podem ser. Desde que haja pretos e não sei o quê. Mulheres em cadeiras de rodas e travecas. Está tudo bem.
E a comerem alface está tudo bem, pronto.
Está tudo bem. Está tudo bem.
Foda-se, epá, a sério, epá, não há paciência para aquela gente. Ai meu Deus.
Mas agora está
Ainda
tudo a
por cima,
festejar. Está tudo a festejar porque não sei o quê, tal, a gente gostou muito, não sei o que mais, não interessa nada. Que isto, né? A parte depois do sucesso do bilheteiro ou não, acho que isso vai tudo aldrabado.
epá, é que aquela merda foi mesmo feita para ganhar o Oscar. Mais nada, zero.
Sim,
Aquilo em termos de conteúdo não tem nada, aquilo é mesmo para o Oscar, mais nada.
ele escolheu o Matt Damon como protagonista, não é? Quer dizer, pronto, não é para ser bom. Se fosse para ser bom, o Matt Damon não era protagonista.
Ai meu Deus, ai Jesus, epá, mas. Ah, paciência, pá. É que os gajos é logo aquilo automático, aquilo mal cai a ficha, tem logo começar a expandir logo, ter merdas de memes. Foda-se, a sério. Não há paciência mesmo. Cada vez menos.
E será um grande festejo nos próximos dias, quase certeza, a não sei que por
Sim,
acaso
sim.
que o resultado da bilheteira seja péssimo, mas acho que não vai ser, porque
Não vai ser, porque aquilo foi feito para atrair
as pessoas,
a manada.
pois, né, que as pessoas não querem saber, convém na mesma. E mesmo que não vejam, não interessa, eles que vão ser, vai haver bilhetes que são comprados e ninguém vai ver.
É assim, eu ainda quero eu ainda quero saber se a Anselmo vai ver o. Isso é que eu quero saber.
Ele vai dizer que viu, mas não veja, vai dizer que é
Sim,
muito bom. Veja ou não veja, é bom. Mas acho que é capaz de ver, não é? É provável que veja. Mas
não
mesmo que
sei.
não veja, vai
Não,
dizer que
não sei se o marido não deixa ir ao cinema. Se tiver autorização, ainda é capaz de ir.
sim, ela também, o marido também é capaz de ir, não é? É mais capaz de querer ver, porque isto é. O marido também. O marido é mais louco do que eu ainda, acho eu. Acho eu, não sei. Presumo que seja.
Yeah, é isso. Bem, só digo uma coisa: a ex-mulher dele é que está bem, com um homem a sério.
É um homem a sério. Não sei. É um
Não
homem-
sei, epá, olha, é assim, eu quando digo
Seja
homem
lá
a
quem
sério,
for,
não,
seja lá quem for, é a minha
sim,
opinião.
foi um upgrade que ela fez. Mas,
É ser um
caralho.
preto das obras ou uma coisa assim, pronto, está melhor.
Não, eu acho que o gajo, pá, pelo menos as bocas que eu ouvi, os zunzuns, parece que era um, pá, é um professor de dança, que a gaja andava lá nas danças e parece que era o professor dela.
Então pronto, está bem, pronto, é um professor de dança. Tá bem.
Está tudo explicado.
Eu não sabia nada disso, então, ou seja, portanto ela deixou para outro gajo, é isso? É essa.
Exatamente.
Isso vai para
Exato.
perceber.
Eu não sei nada disso.
Aliás, o sonho da Selma era se ela tivesse, se ela o tivesse deixado por outra gaja. Isso é que era bom, isso é que era excelente.
Sim, isso era, pronto, pelo menos podia usar isso como desculpa, não é? Que a gaja era lésbica e tal. Não sabia
Exato.
nada, eu não sabia nada disso. Só
E
sabia,
poder às mulheres é essa merda toda, pronto.
só sabia que ele tinha acabado, mas pronto, mas faz sentido, pronto, a gaja era uma gaja normal.
Eu achava que ele tinha arranjado um gajo no trabalho.
Não, eu acho que foi mesmo o professor dela de dança. Deve-se ter roçado muito e então a gaja viu que a pila era maior e então
Só
decidiu.
falta ser que é preto.
Podia ser, não é?
Olha que não sei, mas é. Pá, pelo menos pelas fotografias que eu vi que ela pôs, é um bocado para o escuro, é. Não é preto, mas é um bocado para o escuro.
Ah, tu até conheces a ela, pronto, eu não sei nada
Sim,
disso.
eu conheço. Opá, é assim, eu conheço, porque nos primórdios, quando o gajo parecia um gajo normal, eu cheguei a ir a um aniversário dele e ela estava lá.
Pois.
Pronto,
Eu acho
por isso eu conheço-a.
sim, eu nunca a vi a ela, quer dizer, mesmo a ele viu, mas foi muito tempo antes disso. Já foi há muito tempo. Eh, As poucas vezes que eu vi o Anselmo, já foi há tanto tempo que nem ele era casado com essa gaja ainda. Foi há
Ok,
mais.
então ainda foi antes.
Foi antes,
Ok,
quando
então eu
ele
só
estava com
conheci.
com aquela gaja que era namorada dele na altura, já não sei. Pronto, já foi há tanto tempo que eu não
Pronto,
me lembro.
então eu só o conheci com a ex dele.
Pois, eu disse nem sequer conheço e pronto, não faço. E quando aquilo acabou, acho que ainda falava com ele, mas não. Sim, acho que sim. Ou não sei.
Sim, mas depois aquilo, a ideologia, aquilo levou mesmo uma volta de 180 graus, que foi uma coisa parva, que aquilo
E pronto,
já
como tu disse,
nem.
parece que foi com a mulher, com a mulher atual, não é? Foi aí
Sim.
que fazia sentido que ele fosse atrás, porque ele era escardalho, já era escardalho antes, não é? Portanto, fazia
Sim, ele
sentido.
já era esquerdalho, sim,
Mas
exatamente.
não era
Pronto, pá,
louco,
mas era um esquerdalho tolerável, pronto, um gajo
não
ainda
era,
conseguia suportar, mano.
porque ele não era politicamente correto, não é? Era aquela coisa do escardalho que, pronto, dizia bocas porcas e piadas porcas, não sei. Portanto, imagina, se calhar foi. Porque assim, o facto dela, acho que essa parte não estou enganado, ela dá aulas de inglês ou de português a estrangeiros, não é?
Epá, isso não faço a menor ideia. Eu não sei qual é a profissão dela.
Pareceu-me que era isso, que ela dava aulas de português a estrangeiros. E isso é uma coisa muito woke, não é? É aquela coisa está com os
Pois.
monés e não sei o quê, pronto, exato. Portanto, e ele se calhar assiste àquilo tudo na
E deve
cadeira.
bater, e deve bater umas quantas com saudades e pronto, e tá.
Sim, pronto. Então, é triste.
É, mas pronto, olha.
É
Cada um
vida.
tem o que merece, é o que costuma dizer.
Não merece, não há dúvida nenhuma que merece.
Hello, Mark.
Hello. Is everybody back?
Yep,
Yep.
never left.
No.
So, Amy, what does it sound like when people are speaking Portuguese to you? Does it sound like Portuguese or does it sound like Russian?
Well, we heard it. That sounds like drunk Russian.
What you think, Amy?
Oh, it's
Well-
always drunk. Russian is always drunk.
I thought I
As
saw-
someone who knows a little bit of Russian, the way things are pronounced is similar, but the actual none of the words actually means anything in Russian.
No, because Portuguese is Latin-based language. We are well. If any of you understands Spanish, it's 70% close to Spanish.
Yeah,
But-
Yeah.
so I've heard.
You have to really understand Spanish to understand Portuguese because the way we speak it, it's not like it.
Yeah, because we have
You didn't
open
let,
vowels.
You didn't let Amy say if we sound like Russians or not. Everybody spoke over her.
It's a
What'd you say, Amy?
Здравствуйте, бра, не, бра,
Не.
Нет.
I wondered whether it was Portuguese or Russian.
Really?
And yes, and realized that
So we do sound like Russians.
it could
We're
be
all
Russian.
Russians, but not really.
Get out of the Ukraine already, you evil people.
Yeah, evil people. After all, it's
Stop
after all, it's-
persecuting those Ukrainians, you evil Russians.
after all, it's Portugal that's invading Ukraine and not Russia.
Exactly. Everybody's been deceived. Putin's sitting over there in the Kremlin going, it's Portuguese. It's not me. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be over
Yeah.
now. Well, just 10 million.
Yeah,
I was about to say you would all be dead.
yeah, precisely.
Maybe you could import Brazilians to do it. There you go.
No, don't go there. No,
Don't
don't do that.
They speak
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So let's resume our game. All right. So here we go. So you guys are at the landing zone. You are on your hover sleds. Let's see the way we got it set up right now. Friedrich, the commandant, chronometer in hand, is in the lead position. He's on one of the hover cycles. Petra and Alexa are on another one, and Erich and Xavier are on the third one. Let's see. So I'm going to assume you guys are in kind of a staggered formation with Friedrich a little bit ahead of the rest of you. So you guys can cover pretty good distance.
We landed about 2 kilometers, right, from the station.
Yeah, it's only about 2 kilometers. You
Okay.
guys are not exactly speeding, but you're able to arrive at Marta Station at about T plus 58 minutes into the mission. So the sleds come down off the moraine onto the snowfield, and the surface changes. The granite gives way to snow, then to wind-polished ice, into the black slash of the first basalt outcrop, then to more snow, and then to the station. So you guys see the station at bearing 195. Petra, you note the 4 structures you saw on the map, with the main large cabin center north, and 3 smaller cabins around it. You see the radio mast that's east of the main cabin and the flagpole with no flag to the north. Let's see. Xavier, you note that the real shadow that you saw on the in-flight imagery is directly beneath you. It's actually here, under the station. So either the 72 imagery was wrong, or the real shadow moved, or it has been growing, but you don't really know. So you guys get closer and closer to the station. At 400 meters away from it, you can see it clearly. It's not large, right? It's 4 wooden cabins, half buried in the snow, and arranged in a rough square around a central yard. You see a bare flagpole. You see what looks like a newer radio mast leaning about 15 degrees to the east, antenna trailing in the snow. And then there's this shimmer. It's faint, almost sublimable, but the temperature is like negative 44 degrees Celsius, and there's no sun to warm anything. You see the shimmer is particularly strong around the largest cabin.
Is there a color to it?
There is no color to it. It's just this vague shimmer, almost like a heat wave distortion.
Is it a similar visual effect to what you get from a Vril's energy shield?
Yeah, Xavier, go ahead and make your real technic roll and let me know the total result.
Wow, that number likes me today.
Hmm.
That's an int-based thing, right?
Yes.
So my total would be 12, I guess.
Okay. You're not absolutely sure. Your real field scanner that you carry does note something, but it's like a distortion. It's not an emission. It's more like something is absorbing energy from the environment. And as you guys get closer to the station, the iceborne, the elevated, you guys note a faint hum. Think of the Taos hum.
Hmm.
Something very low, felt in the chest before it's heard in the ears. There's this faintest hum in the background,
Okay.
but it's all background.
Yeah, so I'll turn to Xavier and say to him,
The source of that hum, right? It's just we don't know the source of the hum.
Right, it's just present in the atmosphere.
Everywhere.
so I'll tell to Xavier, I don't feel very well about this. I think there's something wrong about all of this. What do you think?
I thought that was obvious from the fact that people sent us a distress call from here.
Yeah, but this hum, do you feel the hum, right?
I mean, yes. Not sure. Haven't figured out yet what it means, though. I'm not really sure if it's actually a problem yet.
Yeah, but I think we should approach it carefully. I don't know if there's something about.
I mean, we already had a
Well,
reason to approach this carefully, so, you know.
Yeah, but I like to be very careful. We don't know what. Well, if there's something waiting for us over there.
Well, I mean, the last time that we were sent on a mission, several things tried to kill us, so I was kind of expecting.
Okay. Yeah, I know this is from your hardware that you're carrying.
So you guys are about 100 meters north of Marta Station at this point. What do you want to do? Do you want to approach on the hover sleds? Do you want to approach on foot? How do you guys want to do this?
Well, probably it's better to approach it by foot.
Okay.
Don't you think?
I agree.
Yes, that
Yes.
sounds good. So let's proceed on foot.
Okay.
There aren't any kind of rocks around.
No, I mean there are basalt outcrops in the area around the station, mixed in with snow and ice. But I mean,
Well,
the line towards the station itself is pretty clear. I guess I'm not really. Are
okay,
you looking
so
for a?
well, as we are about 10 meters from the shimmering from the station, I'll just make a big ball of snow or ice and throw at it to see if there is any kind of reaction to the snow or
Okay.
ice.
Okay. So at the present time, you're all off your hover sled. You're about 100 meters north from the station. So you want to throw your snowball at it once you're within 10
Yeah,
meters of
very
the cabin.
close. Yeah. Within 10 meters. About 30 feet.
Okay.
I don't know if the leader is okay with this.
You can do whatever.
Let's.
I don't care.
Okay. So here's what I want you guys to do. Anyone can make a wits, a perception roll, which is basically a wits check, unless you have investigation, in which case you can use investigation. But go ahead and make your perception rolls and just tell me your total result. So what this would be, if you have investigation, you would roll a d20, add your investigation skill, and add your wits bonus or your
Oh,
negative, depending on what your wits are.
yeah. 10 for me. Forget it.
So Eric has a total of 10.
Yeah, I roll I don't know, 5 plus whatever. 5 plus.
My total was actually 14.
Okay.
My total is 12.
Okay. And Alexa?
Sorry, 18.
Okay. Let's see. I also need survival checks from anyone who has their survival skill.
No.
Does anyone have survival? Check your character sheets.
I think I have.
Okay, can you give me your survival total, please? And this would be wits.
21.
Okay, that's good.
5.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got 2 total.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Next roll. For anyone who has Xenolore or Real Technic, and you can use whichever one is best for you. This will be using your intelligence bonus. So again, if you have Xenolore or Real Technic, please tell me your total.
I don't have it right now.
I have, but I rolled a 4.
I got a total of 11.
Okay. And that was on your Vril Technic roll, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. I forgot about Vice Height. That adds another +2.
Okay. So you get a total of 13.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Let me compare that to my little chart here. So while I'm comparing that to my little chart, Xavier, you do get an automatic result from your real field scanner read, right? You don't have to roll because this is a direct instrument read, and because of your your particular special package. So there is a Vril distortion field centered on the largest cabin. And based on what you're seeing on the scanner, it's more of an absorption than an emission. Something is absorbing energy from the surrounding air. It appears to be slow but sustained. It reads like a biological pattern, not a mechanical one. There's no pulse. There's no throb. But the absorption is strongest at the main cabin, but you notice that the signature continues underground. That's all that you get from the reader. Of course, you all feel the hum. And that's the weird thing. You're feeling it. You're hearing it only because the vibration is actually in your bodies. It's not unpleasant. It's there. So let's see. So Eric, you looked at the station. You see the 4 cabins, the half-buried walls, the radio mast, the flagpole, the snow. You see the shimmer because the shimmer is visible to the naked eye, but that's
So
about it.
I'll make a snowball and throw at it.
Okay. Okay.
Do I have to roll anything?
Give me just a second here while I go through the other characters' skill results. So Friedrich, you look through the binoculars. You see structural details. You see the faint distortion of the field, but you're not really seeing much else. Xavier, you see something. You realize that the radio mast is not original. As you look at it, you notice the base plate is set in concrete on a granite outcrop, and the concrete has a frost heave pattern. To you, this reads as post-war. This is not part of the original base. You also notice that the orientation is toward Base211. It's a directional broadcast antenna. And then you notice the footprints. A single set of well-trodden tracks leading from the main cabin to one of the smaller buildings. These are not 44-year-old footprints. This is where somebody's been walking fairly recently. Petra, your hunter's eye comes into play here. You also notice that the radio mast does not appear to be original. You notice its orientation. You notice that the shimmer seems localized to the main cabin, and you do also see the footprints. And, Petra, you see a second set of marks in the snow, almost erased by the wind, but they are there. Not footprints, drag marks. Something heavy was dragged from the main cabin toward the generator, the shed, which is the small outbuilding to the southwest. And that drag pattern looks old to you. Again, not 44 years old, but it happened a while back. And you notice the footprints go over the drag marks in some places. So the dragging happened before some of the recent foot traffic. Alexa, you had the best perception roll. You were given the biosample band when you were getting your examination. So you're inside the collective perk works for you here. You're pretty sure that the shimmer is not of real distortion. You've seen this shimmer before, and it makes you deeply uncomfortable. You think this is a mimetic field. And you know magnetic fields are associated with Xenolord spore activity. It's used to control and manipulate humans. You've seen that shimmer. You've seen it above the Xenolord spires. You've seen it above the processing nodes. You've seen it above the bodies of half-colonized humans in the early stages of chitinization. It's not a natural phenomenon. It has nothing to do with Vril. You think that this is a broadcast pulse, and it's being transmitted from inside the main cabin. Your sharp eyes also notice the footprints, and you see that the gate is wrong. The stride length varies, the depth varies. The boot pattern looks like a human military boot pattern, but they also show signs of wear. Also, the drag marks, you see them as carrying marks, somebody having carried something heavy. 2 people, not 1. 2 people carrying something out, but only 1 set of returning footprints. So as you read it, there was a second person, but only 1 person returned.
Mhm.
So, guys, with what you've observed, what do you say to one another?
Well, I didn't see any of this, so
Yeah,
I'll
you
throw
did.
the ball anyway.
Yeah, I know. And I will get back to you in just a moment, but I want to give everybody a chance to react.
Yeah.
Do you guys say anything, respond to
Yes,
anything?
I
What do
will
you
tell him what yes. First of all, that this is dangerous. Okay, this vibration, it's used to control people. I know it, so we need to be careful. And they also see that, I've seen 2 footprints going, but only 1 returning.
Okay, so
Okay.
you stay behind. I'm going to approach the main building.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's go with the survival checks. Alexa, you had a pretty darn good one. So again, you noticed the things you noticed about the footprints. Xavier, your real technic check was not clear, so you're a bit confused when you hear Alexis say, "No, it's not a Vril field. It's a mimetic field." So now you're a little confused about what you've been seeing on the screens. You're not sure anymore. You feel a vague disquiet that this may not be the Vril energy that you're familiar with, that you're comfortable with. So here's what you guys basically know at this point. I'm just going to assume to save time that everyone kind of shared this information. You guys do see the shimmer, whatever its source. It's localized to the main cabin. Alexa has made it clear that it is a mimetic field, something the Xenolords use to control humans. She does not think this is Vril related at all. Xavier, you're thinking it's real biosphere, but now what Alexa has said has you wondering. You guys now know that there was a radio mast that must have been installed after the war. The war with the Xenolords. This is not part of the original base. It's a directional mast oriented to Base211. Most of you never saw the single set of footprints, but Alexa shared that there are signs of 2 people carrying something and 1 person returning. And one of the rock walkers shows signs of chitinization in their footsteps. Again, she recognizes this from her time with the Xenolords.
Can you explain chitinization?
Right. So basically, this is a physiological change that happens to certain people who are infected by Xenolord spores. So this given sufficient time, this turns people into basically a kind of hideous biological abomination. This is one of the weapons in the Xenolord's arsenal. The fact that they can warp life itself and do so through biological weaponry. I'm sure most people are familiar here with the Resident Evil series, right?
Yep.
Think about the so-called mold or spore weapons in that game. It's a similar concept.
Okay.
This is the Xenolords. The Xenolords work two ways. Number one, through manipulating ideas through memes. They use memes as weapons, mimetic weaponry, and they also manipulate through biological. Except that whereas Base211 uses real technology and positive eugenics, and at least their attempt is to use real to enhance humankind. For the Xenolords, biology is explicitly a weapon. They weaponize biology and mutation in various ways to affect their conquest. So, Eric, you threw a snowball.
Yeah.
So
Does it has some kind of effect or reaction with the field?
So you're trying to see what the snowball does, right? Does it interact with the shimmer in some way?
Yep.
So yeah. So let's check where we are right now. Let's see. So let's take a look here. So here's what you guys see. So you throw the snowball, it crosses the 10 meters to the cabin in less than a second. So the snowball enters the shimmer at its edge, a little bit above the ground. It does not slow, it does not deflect, it just passes through the shimmer zone. But you see it start to change. It begins to darken, not melt, not vaporize, darken. There's this faint gray that spreads from the leading edge of the snowball backward, like ink soaking into paper, but in reverse.
Well,
It doesn't change anything else about it, not its mass, not its velocity, but something has tampered with its composition.
Yeah, so I think it's not a good idea to go through the shimmer. Is there any...
The snowball hits the north wall of the cabin. It does not splatter or bounce. It just stops. It hits the wood and it sticks. And it just sits there on the wall. You can see it. It's a small, dark lump on the gray painted wood. And there's something on it that moves very, very slowly. You see it all. All of you see it. The snowball was white, then it was gray-black, and now it's stuck to the wall, and it seems in some weird way to be growing.
Yes. So
you feel confident that the air around the main cabin is not safe to breathe unfiltered.
Well, like you're using the analogy of the molded from Resident Evil. They had an entire village just get infected with that stuff. If you're not immune, you might just, well, you'll wake up one day and realize you're not human anymore.
Right. So status T plus 1 hour and 2 minutes, and you guys are 10 meters from the main cabin.
Well, I don't know if our suits will protect us from the shimmer.
Well, it's time to find out about that. As I've said before, you stay behind. I'm going towards the largest building. If something happens, shoot.
Okay, so this thing here in the building doesn't count as a Xenolord psychic broadcast.
Well, you're not sure.
Oh, well, because like my Vril sensitivity perk says that I can detect those things if I'm within 20 meters of one of them.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I don't think it does. Because as Alexa said, this isn't actually Vril related. I'll take a look.
Like it's like the character sheet that you remade has the description of Vril sensitivity as you can detect Vril fluctuations, active bell harmonics, and Xenolord psychic broadcasts.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And so, Friedrich, you're going to suit up fully, cover your face, put down your helmet, all that stuff, and just walk into the shimmer.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
But while he's getting ready to do that, I'm just kind of mentally preparing to attempt to use my Vril whatever abilities to like telekinetically like pull him back.
Okay. Now, that, of course, does require a roll if you need to use it.
Sure.
But yes, there are certain capabilities you have as a Thule occultist where you can directly manipulate the Vril itself. Let's see. Right. So the problem here is I completely missed Vril sensitivity on your character sheet, but it is right there. So you're inside your 20-meter radius. So you have detected the following, which I should have told you about, but I'm telling you now. You do detect the absorption field around the cabin. So you are now confirmed that something is absorbing Vril. It's not emitting it. Let's see. You are detecting that this is, in fact, a Xenoloord psychic broadcast. And it is coming from inside or below the main cabin. So what do you say, given what you have detected?
I'm going to warn him that I think that I believe that it is in fact Xenolord in origin, although I'm not certain exactly what it is. It's just, appears to be Xenolord psychic energy.
Well, we'll find out about that soon enough.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me read the effects here. Friedrich is fully suited up. He's got his mask on, and he walks in. Alexa, your biosample band that they gave you is pulsing in rhythm with the hum. So, and what that tells you is the band is resynced to this local field without your laying a hand on it. So the band itself is reporting a new sync. You feel this, but you feel it differently than the rest. You're not real baptized. The others have certain immunities which you, as a former Quisling, do not have. So let's see.
What happens to our fearless leader?
Your fearless leaders. So here we go. You've made the call, Commandant Friedrich, and you walk in. So you go to the cabin and come around the southwest corner, and there's a blue door in front of you. It is painted a deep weathered Prussian blue. Falu red underneath, the Norwegian national palette faded but unmistakable. There's a wooden porch. It's small and it's sheltered by an overhanging eave, and there are mukluks beside the door, fur trimmed, Norwegian style, hand stitch, and they are recent. The leather is not cracked, the fur is not matted, the laces are not rotted. Somebody has been wearing these, and they wore them recently. You see stovepipe smoke rising from the north slope of the roof. It's thin white and smells of wood smoke. There are no trees here, but you know that there could be driftwood.
I approach the
The
door.
hum is louder here. It does not hurt you, but it is definitely present. Um, your suit's in good shape. The only concern you have is that you can feel that something is causing the real heating element in your suit to run hotter than it should.
Hmm.
You note this fact, although, let's see, do you have real technic or technical?
I have technical, yes.
Go ahead and make a technical roll if you like.
So this is a 10 plus 1 plus. So it's an 11.
Okay. All right. So again, you notice that something about the suit is a little bit off. You're standing in front of the door. So far, nothing has happened to you, so far as you know. When you look at the door, you see that it's closed, of course. You don't see a lock. It's just a wooden latch, a bar of pine hooked into a bracket. What do you do?
I'll kick the door.
Okay. All right. So what you noticed with your technical roll is that the suit is not behaving normally. It's running hot. You hear static on the internal comm. The seals have drawn tighter. You know things are happening. You just don't know why or what it means. Um, so so you kick the door.
I do kick it.
Okay. So here we go. You So the kick lands squarely on the blue door just below the latch. The door is not a heavy door. It's just tongue and groove pine. The latch hook bends, the hinges groan, the door swings inward, hits the interior wall of the cabin with a thud, and bounces back a little bit before coming to rest basically partially open. And Friedrich's boot has left a small dent in the red paint below the latch. You all hear the sound of the kick. It echoes. The kick is followed by silence. And then there is movement. The sound of fast movement. The sound of a body shifting, a hand grabbing something, a foot moving, a scrape of a boot. And from inside, in this heavily accented German, Who is it? Who is it? Who is there? Show yourself. I have a knife.
I'm here.
You see the glint of a blade in the dim light of the cabin.
Who are you? You don't have... There's no problem. I'm here to check up on you.
Okay.
Did I notice any change in Friedrich's suit as soon as he traversed the field?
No, this is something peculiar to Friedrich's suit. You guys are all still standing outside of the field.
Okay.
So you do see a man inside holding a kitchen knife, Friedrich. So the man is standing in the center of the cabin, and he's looking at you with pale blue eyes fixed on the door, or on you, perhaps, the figure in the door frame. And his voice sounds very old and very tired. He said, "You kicked my door. I have been here for 44 years. No one has come. No one has checked up on me. I've called on the radio. I've called for 19 days. I've called before that. I've called for years. No one came." And he just pauses. "You kicked my door.
Calm down.
You did not knock. You are not from the Norvegia. The Norvegia does not wear suits like that. Who are you? Who are you really?" His hands are shaking now.
Drop the knife. Be calm. I will not hurt you.
Okay, so let's do an influence check.
Oh, fuck. I was supposed to be good at this. But I rolled a 3, so...
Okay, what's your total?
Let me check that.
Remember, you can add your charisma bonus and your influence skill.
Yes,
and any bonuses you may have from other sources.
So, 3 plus 5, 7. 7. Okay, it will be a 7 total.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me make some note here. So Xavier, your real sensitivity, your real field scanner is up, and you have noticed that Friedrich's suit is being drained. You are aware, as a Thule occultist who knows real technology from a spiritual and deeper level. You have real technology kind of baked into your training, that this will compromise the integrity of his suit eventually.
Yeah, I'll yell at him about that, and so let him know, because like he might not want to leave right now, but yeah, he needs to know.
Okay.
Definitely needs to know.
Okay, so Friedrich, you hear Xavier warn you that your suit is being drained by the field and that it will eventually compromise its integrity in a matter of minutes.
What did the man do?
Let's see. Right, so the man you see, he's elderly. He's holding the knife. He doesn't drop the knife. He doesn't attack. He starts crying. You can tell he's terrified of you. He's just. It's not a sob. It's not a wail. He's crying. His tears are running down his old face. He's holding the knife. His hand is shaking. You kicked my door. You kicked my door. I've been here for 44 years. I've kept the fire lit. I've kept the radio working. I've
What
kept the three of them fed. Do you understand? I've kept them fed. I go down every morning and I feed them, and I do not let the light go out. And I have been good. I have been so good. And you kick my door, and you tell me to be calm, and you tell me to drop the knife, and I do not even know who you are. And he's just weeping. You all hear this. You all hear this
Outside,
old man
okay.
voice and a guy crying like crazy. He's just crying.
Who have you been feeding? Who have you been feeding?
Okay.
As soon as I hear, well, I hear the man crying, but I don't see him. Right?
Let me see. You're actually not that far away. Let me see, because you're just outside the shield. I mean, just outside the field.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see him. You hear it. Xavier hears it. You hear it. Alexa hears it. Petra hears it. Everybody hears the old man crying.
Okay, so I start running inside. So I run inside the field towards the cabin. My intent is to pull out from the field, Friedrich, at least Friedrich. I don't know about the other guy, but I'm going to try to pull out Friedrich because I heard Xavier telling him that his suit was compromised. Okay.
Okay. All right. So you're running in to grab him. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Hmm.
Is the
How
man
much did I
wearing an-
hear about the old man yelling and blabbing?
You guys, I've already said you've heard everything.
Okay. So this tells me that the footprints that are leading from here to somewhere else are he was talking about how he's been feeding 3 somethings every day, and now I have an intense curiosity what he's been feeding, since he's acting like a thrall and not like someone who's actually like in charge of things here.
So what were you saying, Petra?
I wonder if he's wearing any kind of protective clothing.
Well, the only way you could find out is if you were to go inside the shimmer field and take a look through the doorway. You can hear the old man, but you don't see him.
Because I mean, if one of us could grab him and take him out of that field.
Yeah, my intent first it's to take Fredish out of the field, and after that, the old man.
Okay. So Petra, are you wanting to grab the old? I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're wanting to do here. Because remember, you haven't actually seen the old man yet.
Yeah, I'd like to get the old man if he's suited out.
So you're going to try to disarm him and drag him out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try to talk Frisch. Just get out of here and let's talk outside the field.
Okay, so let me come up with some rolls and TNs for everybody. So let's see. You guys are about an hour, 5 minutes, 45 seconds into the mission, based on Friedrich's chronometer. So when Erich and Petra, when you approach, you can see the old man, and he is an old man. He is old.
Mm-hmm.
This is not somebody who's had some kind of real treatment or other, treatment that tends to have anti-aging effects. This is just an ordinary old human being. And he's standing there. He does have a knife, but he's shaking and crying. I mean, you see the tears running down his face.
Well, but he doesn't have any kind of suit on him, right?
You're not seeing any. I mean, you're seeing like cold weather gear, but you're not seeing any kind of environment suit.
Yeah, and do I notice any kind of changes to him as I saw on the snowball that I throw?
Not that you can see. So let's
Okay.
take time for some rolls. So let's see. Erish has athletics 1. You could
Mhm.
also do an agility check. Choose what you would want. I think this could be athletics.
Okay.
Go ahead and do an athletics check. You can add your agility modifier, which is quite high, I believe. I think
Yep.
you have a plus, yeah. And let me know what your total is. And then you also need to do a strength check to actually grab Friedrich and kind of pull him physically out of the way.
Okay, so my athletics is 17 and
Okay.
strength. Okay, strength. Strength is 14.
Okay. Now, Friedrich, do you want to cooperate with Erich kind of pulling you away, or do you resist, or do you not really know what to do?
I will not resist. I can cooperate. Why not? Let's go with it.
Let's take it outside.
Yes, let's go outside.
Okay, Petra. So you do have athletics as well, and you can use either your strength or your agility modifier. I think your strength modifier is higher. Go ahead and give me your total.
That's a 14 plus.
I think you have athletics 1.
Yeah, I have athletics 1, and then I have strength 2, so that's
Plus 2 mod. Yep.
17.
Okay. All righty. And let's see. You're going to try to disarm the old man. So yeah, you know what? This is not really a contested roll. You're just grabbing at the knife because he's this old man and he's wearing a great coat and a wool sweater, wool socks. He's old and thin, and so you know what? I'm just going to say you just basically knock the knife out of his hand. Whap, and the knife goes flying, and he's still crying, but he just kind of looks at you with big eyes, like, "Oh my God, the bear's going to eat me now," and something like that. But because you probably didn't really expect a woman could come in and kind of manhandle him like this. But you're iceborn and you're a freak. So you're tremendously strong compared to him. I'll tell you that right now. So go ahead and make your strength check and add your strength modifier +2, and just let me know what your total is.
11. It's 11.
Yeah. So you're going to try to drag him out of the shimmer field.
Don't
Got
kill the old man.
Okay, so let's see. I've got to compare this to, because I'm having to keep, I don't know if it's been obvious, but I'm having to keep track of your character's in-game time as well.
I was assuming that
Okay.
was the reason why you gave us a 48-hour time limit at the beginning of this.
Yeah, there's all sorts of, this is another one of these, I love these, I don't always do it because it can be tedious, but I love these games where you kind of keep track of a clock because you can tie events to the clock and have time-based effects. So let's see. Let's resolve Erish's stuff first. You just kind of moved. You came in, said, you told, Friedrich, let's resolve this outside the field.
Yes.
And you covered the distance involved very quickly because you're fast, and also you're not normal. So you grab him quickly. You do see the old man inside with the knife, but you don't see him as a threat. He's not moving. He's crying. He's shaking. So he pulls you, and Friedrich does not resist. And he very quickly kind of moves Friedrich out of the field. So Xavier, you notice the minute he pulls Friedrich out, immediately there's a reduction in the drain on the suit. It is a bit of alarming because your scanner tells you, Xavier, that a good 10% of his suit integrity has been lost.
Yeah. I'll
Even go ahead.
Yeah, as I'm making these observations, I'm just going to kind of like mutter them out loud so that everyone around me can hear them as I'm like thinking through all of this stuff.
You'll notice that Erish has a slight suit drain as well, but it's minimal comparatively because he was moving so fast. In the meantime, Friedrich, the old man was answering your question even as you're being pulled away. He says, the three in the cellar, I feed them every morning. I go down the ladder, I bring them when I can. Seal meat when I catch a seal, melted ice, the broth from the kelp, I've kept them alive. For 44 years, I've kept them alive. They sleep, they've always slept. But they are warm and they are breathing. I do not let the light go out. Ingrid, Liv, Magnus, my family, my wife, my children. They are 8 and 7. They've been 8 and 7 for 44 years. You see him look down at this rug on the floor, which has this unusual pattern over it. Please do not hurt them. Please do not take them away from me. I've kept them safe. I've kept them fed. I've been so good. And then he just kind of sits down, a knife in his hand, shaking. So, Petra, Erich has moved Friedrich out of your way. He's pulling him out of the field. So you go in quickly to where the old man is. You're covering the space very fast. I mean, you're on this guy in seconds, and you just knock the knife right out of his hand. And you grab him and you start dragging him away. He does not resist, but it's like he's not even paying any attention to you, even as you drag him away. He's just kind of dead weight. But you do get him out. It takes a little extra time because, like his greatcoat catches on the door and you have to pick him up a little bit over the threshold because his feet are dragging and, and now he's, here he is. He's here out with you guys just outside the shimmer.
Do I notice any change on the old man?
Let's see. Nothing particular. So now, guys, everyone has to make their first check for the thing that you don't actually know what it is. Let's see. So all 5 of the PCs, you each need to make a wits check. So roll a d20 and add or subtract your wits bonus or negative.
Well, I got a 2 total.
Okay.
I was going to say I was lucky, but you were even luckier. I had 9 total.
Okay, so I got 19.
I roll a 14.
Okay, Friedrich got a 14 total. I'm sorry, Erich got what?
19.
Oh, that's very good. Let's see. And Alexa, you got a 14 total?
No, 8.
8 total. Okay. And Petra, what was your wits check?
12.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so here are the results. Erich, you hear the hum. You feel it in your chest, in the suit, in the bones of your skull behind your hood. You breathe, you hold. The hum is there. It's present, it's low, it feels old somehow. But you put it behind you, like a sound that you simply ignore. Petra, you also hear the hum. You also feel it. You're kneeling in the snow beside an 84-year-old man who's just crying like a child. If you weren't iceborn, you might feel sorry for him. But she is ice. She is steel. And she doesn't hate the old man. He's expressing an emotion she's not familiar with. Alexa, you recognize the emotion. It's despair. It is the despair of someone who has nothing and thinks they're about to lose nothing they have. So Petra, you're able to focus on him. The hum is irrelevant. You put it behind you. Friedrich, you hear the hum. You've been hearing it since you kicked the door. You're looking at your team. Your team looks fine. You see the old man in the snow. You're a little bit bemused by his behavior. Why is he crying? He's far too old to be crying. There's no crying in baseball. No, the point is he's it's you observe the facts, but nothing there moves you. Alexa, for you, this is different. The hum is familiar to you. The way a language that you learned as a child is familiar, the way a song that you've not heard in 20 years, suddenly you hear it on the radio and you recognize it. It's the familiarity of conditioning. The hum touches something in you that is not flesh and not steel and not iceborne and not liberated. It touches the resonance, the part of you that was for years a receiver for this kind of broadcast. The analyses they've been doing on you is to confirm that the conditioning is suppressed, but right now it doesn't feel suppressed. It feels like it is resonating. You're like a guitar where someone hit the strings. You recognize the melody. You feel the subsonic pressure. You interpret its pattern, its meaning, its language. And game mechanically, you gain a fear point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fear in the usual sense. It's more like an element of it deranges you slightly. It freezes you in place. You don't say anything. You don't do anything. You just listen to the hum. Xavier, the hum now hits you like a fist. This is not what you expected at all. Your vril sensitivity is absolutely on fire. You've been detecting all these harmonics. You've been getting information that doesn't comport with what you actually feel. And you gain a fear point. This is not supposed to happen to you. You're supposed to be ice. You're supposed to be steel. But for a moment, your hands shake. The scanner readout blurs. You could swear you hear something singing in your ears. You're still okay for now, but you already pale. You go notably paler. You stop your hands from shaking, but they were shaking there for just a moment. So
yeah, according to what the old man said, at least for what he understands, his wife and 2 kids are downstairs. He's been feeding them for 44 years, so I assume they are somewhat altered because of the tracks that you said that Alexa noticed. Something's altered. So I assume those 3 family members, they are altered. They are another entity, probably from some kind of field alteration or something else. So those are the 3 things that we must take some kind of back to the base, right? That's
what do
what
you say, guys?
I understand from all of this.
Also, you all do visibly notice the members of the team who are affected by the hum at this point. So you guys saw Alexa freeze and her eyes move like she was listening to something none of you could hear. But Xavier's was the strongest response, guys. You saw him start shaking, which you have never seen before, and go, if it were possible, yes, he has gone paler than usual. So,
Hey, Alexa, Xavier, are you okay?
No.
I'd heard
I don't
stories about their mind control, but this is the first time I'd ever felt it, and I don't like it.
Everybody focus.
Yeah, we must be, well, if you feel somewhat affected, you should be outside the field, perhaps Well, we three are fast, and I turn to Fredish and Petra. Perhaps we should take the vials.
I'm not actually inside the bubble that's like the observable sphere. I'm just here in the area. This is I didn't go inside the cabin. This is definitely something where anytime you're even close to the cabin, you'll be affected by it.
Yeah, that's why I think we should be fast, quick, go inside, try to see if there's something downstairs. Because, well, as you said, we saw the carpet or something on the floor, right?
Yes, you did. You saw a carpet with a particularly colorful pattern on the floor, and the old man did look at it as he was talking.
So I was able
Okay,
to
so
identify what was more or less the center of the whatever bubble that's absorbing Vril energy from the environment, right? I'm going to choose Vril Olga to attempt to look underneath the cabin to see what is down there.
Okay, so what power are you using again?
Vril Olga, the eye.
Ah,
Which the sense one is anything within 30 meters, which it says it works through walls, which I'm going to assume in this context also means that I can just look at things that are underground.
okay. All right, that's an interesting one. So while Xavier is starting to make use of his Thule Degen and you guys recognize that that means he's activating his powers in some way, what do the rest of you do?
well, I look at Fredish and Petra and try to see if they want to go inside the cabin and
Let's go
downstairs,
inside. Yes, let's go
and
inside.
and try to get the biological specimen. I think that's what the mission is about.
Let's go try and find out that. So where
Yeah.
we go?
Petra, are you coming?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
let's go fast, quick.
Okay, so is everyone going down or just certain people?
Yes, I'm going down. I don't want to be alone.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the whole point of this extrasensory power is to figure out what's down there before you guys go down there.
So Xavier, you're going to go ahead and try to use your power.
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see. I'm looking at Vril Aga. The adept closes their eyes. Their breathing slows. When they open again, they are seeing through walls. So this is an extension of the adept's perception through the real field. So you can sense life, energy, and intention at distances beyond normal sight. You're reading the etheric imprint, so to speak. Now, you do have to remain concentrated, so you have to do this. You can't do anything else while you're doing it. You have Real Technic 1, correct? So you can do it up to 1 minute. So go ahead and make your Real Technic roll.
Okay.
So you get a +1.
I actually got.
Go ahead.
Actually, I'm not sure. Is this an int-based ability or something else?
So you're going to get 1 for your Vril Technic skill.
Yes.
You have Vril Weisheit, which is your unique feat. You get +2 for that. You took Vril Weber as your perk, so you get +2 to all Vril Technic rolls. So your total there is a +5. You have a +3 from your int. So your total plus is 8.
Okay, so that means that the total roll was 26.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually rolled an 18. That's the base roll, and then getting +8 to that. Okay, then.
Okay. Okay, let me take a look at the bands, so to speak, on the roll. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Right. So at this point, I believe this is a tier where you are trying to pierce, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm just
you're
trying to look at what's under the ground because I know there's
right. You're
something
trying
down
to
there.
perceive. Right. You're trying to perceive through solid barriers, and identify the number and general size of beings. Actually, your roll is so good, you could probably do quite a bit more than that. But let's see. So here is what you see. You've achieved a transcendent success, obviously. I mean, the eye has opened wide. You can feel it like it's in your middle of your forehead, and your whole brain is suddenly exposed. You read everything in the cabin and the buried level beneath it, because you do just perceive a buried level beneath it. Your attunement to Diglocka and the vril energies you have been imbued with and learned how to utilize is particularly good. You're seeing through what you now know is 6 meters of granite, through the cabin floor, through the spore chitin walls of a buried cavern beneath. You see everything. Of course, you're also completely stationary. You can do nothing while you're doing this. And you can do it for up to a minute. You see not so much the visual, but the real signature of everything within 30 meters. So you see the old man, his etheric imprint is dim, almost extinguished. 44 years of sleeping within 10 meters of an active real absorption field, eating contaminated meat, breathing spore laden air. His bioelectric field has been drained to almost nothing. He's alive, he's a man, but he's running on reserves, a candle in a hurricane. His vril is almost gone. The stove is a vril dead zone. The kettle is a vril dead zone. There's even a radio. The radio bothers you because it's alive in a way it shouldn't be. It's a telefunken. It's just an old radio. But there's a kind of coil wrapped around the antenna's tuning circuit that's glowing in the etheric. A bright, pulsing, malevolent green white. This is not healthy vril energy. You think Alexa was right after all. This is something Xenolord related. You see a trap door underneath the wood of the cabin floor. The air in the shaft beneath is alive. You perceive the shaft, and it's saturated with something. The cavern itself is incandescent. It glows in your mind. Walls covered with something glowing, something that it absorbs, eats, the vril energy itself. It's massive, it's biological. The cavern is the source. So you see something, you do see 3 forms beneath in the cavern. You detect an adult female who you think is in her mid-20s. You detect the bodies of 2 children. There's something wrong with their signal. There's something wrong with what they're doing. they're near something massive, something huge that's glowing, massive glowing. It's absorbing everything around it. And you see chains of real energy, kind of threads of it running from the location into one of the buildings of overhead. And you realize that that's running towards the generator shack. And this is not the worst part of it. You yourselves, all of you, you can sense are being probed. Something is probing all of you. And you feel this. So here's what you've determined, just to give it to you for now. You sense the 3 people below. And so far as you can tell, it's like they're being used as batteries. They're being consistently drained, just as all of you are being drained. And what are they being drained by? This large, compact growth near them. And you feel like this is where the broadcast is really coming from. This is the source of the mimetic signal. There's some kind of transmitter as well. And you're pretty sure that it's relying upon this weird generator in the generator shack for its power source. The radio that's actually doing the calling, that's part of this too. This is what's actually connecting the broadcast to the antenna. And finally, there's just this network of everything that's connecting it all. So Xavier, you kind of realize immediately as a result of your use of the grill that you kind of have a number of options here. You could destroy the 3 people sleeping below and this object. It looks like a dais in your mind. You could destroy them. You could destroy this thing that has absorbed all this energy. You could destroy the generator, but you're not sure that would accomplish much. It would just eliminate a particular source of power. You could destroy everything, of course. But, there's an optimal solution and there's an optimal tactical solution. The question here is you can silence the signal, or you can end the whole thing permanently. Point is, it's all a network, though. There's the generator, this kind of weird bell thing that reminds you of the bell, but it's not the bell that's storing all the energy. The thing below with the 3 people or bodies or whatever they are that's using them as batteries, it's all there. So you've used your ability, so now you have to do a wits check. So you have to close the eye, obviously, at the end of your minute, and you need to do your wits roll.
Hey, I actually got a good one this time.
What'd you get?
19 as the base roll, so it's a 17 total.
Okay. All right. Well, you're doing very well with this particular spell, if you want to call it that, or power, or however you want to call it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just going to tell people that what I saw, because this is the whole point behind doing this before they went down there, is just so that we would know what we're getting into rather than just going in blind. And this seems, it reeks of Xenolord stuff. So I figured, knowledge is power and stuff.
Yeah, so you guys he tells you this. He still looks pale, but whatever he had to struggle with, he seems to have overcome it, at least for now. So he tells you about the 3 who are alive down below, but he tells you about this dais-looking thing he saw in his mind. It's like the metabolic heart of the system. It's draining them, using them as batteries. He tells you that they're not really sleeping; they're comatose, and the signal is their dream being amplified, and transmitted by the dais. Without them, the dais would lose its input. The broadcast becomes a carrier wave without content. He does say the radio is compromised by some kind of xenoloord biological technology. It's required to do a directed radio transmission. There's a generator in the shed that's actually feeding the dais. Eliminating it, he's pretty confident would not eliminate the dais's power entirely, but it would cut it significantly. And then he does say this network, this biological thing, like a fungus growing throughout the whole area, is reading all of you. It's draining everyone's energy. It's draining it very quickly. What it did to the snowball was probably the effect of this network sampling something that entered it.
Yes. So in that case, according now to the new information, perhaps we should split into groups. I probably can go to the shed and try to get the generator from working, and someone should collect the specimen to the vials and try to destroy the dais.
Okay, guys, what you gonna do? So Eric says he wants to destroy the Veil generator, and he suggests that the rest of you destroy the dais.
Can I use my power to decide what is the best?
Okay.
Where is it? Inside the collective. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. So you want to use your inside the collective.
Yes.
Friedrich, what do you want to do anything? Petra?
I'm already here, so I'm going down there, and I will face whatever is down there, and
Yeah,
kill what is down there.
I'll be going down as well.
Okay. And let's see. So we know what Erish is doing, Petra, Friedrich. Xavier, what do you do?
I actually had something else I was planning on having my character do before people mentioned the idea of going downstairs, and that was figuring out where the hell the directional antenna came from, because clearly that doesn't belong here. But we can worry about that later, I suppose.
Okay, so Xavier, what are you doing?
I guess I will go help with disabling the generator for now.
Okay. Okay. May come up with some roles for you guys. And I assume that you guys will just kind of leave the old man sitting in the snow where he is. He's not doing much.
Well,
He's just kind of sitting there quietly crying.
Well, he's crying, so.
Okay. So let me write down some TNs and some roles. So we split the party. Yay! We split the party. Let's see. Okay. So group one, let's start. I'm sorry. By group one, I mean Eric, and Xavier, who are heading over to destroy the build generator.
Yep.
Let's resolve your group first.
Okay.
So here's what we need to do. Xavier, you will need to first make a real technic roll to read the device before Erish can destroy it effectively, right? So you need to go ahead and make a real technic roll. and you will be able to add a total of +8 to the roll and just tell me the total result.
Yeah, that was 26 again.
Oh, okay. Well, you're
Jesus.
doing pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, this is basically my character's specialty that we're doing right now.
That is true. And this was kind of written to allow you to, how shall I put this, test certain rules within the system. So I was hoping that you would do certain things. Let's see. Okay. So, let me double check this. So you did very well in your role, needless to say. So you guys are in the generator shed, both Xavier and Erish. It hums on its mount. It is clearly a Xenolord hybrid device. It's actually got a chitin housing. It's almost insect-like. It's definitely biological. And you can see internals visible through the cracked channel, heavy cables. It's warm in there, like you were in a den or a hive. The air feels alive. It smells of ozone and warm bread and something else, something you're not sure. So you're kind of, in a way, you interrogate the device. It's a Frankenstein monster. From what you can read of it, this must have been put together after everything fell apart. It clearly has elements of Xenolord technology, stuff that old man couldn't possibly have had access to unless a Xenolord slave saucer or something crashed in the area. I mean, there are components there that shouldn't be there, but it looks like a salvage thing. It's jury rigged. It's something that ordinarily shouldn't work, but it does. You find out quite a lot about it, Xavier. So you'll have information you can relay to the science section when you return about how this device even works. It's the world's weirdest Rube Goldberg device. You can tell that the coil in it's generating energy. The housing is conducting it, and there's an output cable that's transmitting the energy below ground to the dais. So the device is kind of a closed loop device. That's what makes it stable. If the housing is cracked, or if the coil is overloaded, or the output cable is severed, it could explode as the feedback loop it collapses, and it'll just discharge through whatever path is available. So the point of your role is that you figured out destroying device is not just a matter of smashing it. The device will react almost like a living thing. You think there's a procedure you can follow, that Erish can follow, to crack the chitin housing at its primary seam, to sever the output cable at the junction, to overload the vril coil, and then basically the two of you need to book it at that point to avoid the explosion.
Okay.
So Xavier, you relayed all this, I assume, to Erish. And so Erish, you've gotten a significant benefit from this information being given to you. You now understand the procedure you need to follow. So you have a 2-step task.
But before we do this, I'm going to get a small notebook out of my pocket and write down in the notebook that next time we do one of these field missions, we need to bring some sort of explosives that you could use to blow up objects like this.
On a scientific mission? What kind of scientist are you? Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
what kind of scientist are you?
It's a contingency plan for when things go wrong.
You sound like a soldier. What's wrong with you? Anyway. So imagine that, blowing up things before you can analyze them. Whatever is the matter with you?
Never mind.
Yes, you're clearly associated with the Oberkommando. You think in terms of needing to destroy things, whereas the science section would think in terms of, this is interesting. How shall we investigate this? How shall we return this to base? Blah 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 blah. And of course, they all die. But anyway, so Erish, you need to do a technical roll
Okay.
And tell me your total result.
Okay.
Um,
Wits or intelligence?
this would definitely be wits.
Okay. So my roll. Oh, nice. My roll is a 19 on the die.
Okay.
Plus. Okay, plus 21. 21 wits, 22, and I have. Okay, 24 total.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh.
and immediately after you crack this is you cracking the chitin housing at the primary seam, just like was suggested. What do you do immediately after you do that?
So I cracked the housing.
Yes. What do you do immediately after you do that?
Well, I tried to deactivate the thing.
Okay.
According to Xavier.
Okay. So you are massively successful in cracking just perfectly. You use your salvage toolkit's pry bar. It's a heavy alloy bar. It's typical German engineering. They over-engineer everything, and it's really good stuff. I mean, it's magnetized. It's designed for like prying open wrecked hull plates. It is so over-engineered. It's fantastic for this. You'd love this. You'd love this tool.
Yeah.
You use it, and you hit the seam in just exactly the right space, because this thing's like 3 meters. It's 3 centimeters thick, and you just split it. It doesn't crack. It doesn't fracture. You split it. It's like you perfectly opened a walnut or something, and it just opens 30 centimeters long, running the full length of the housing's top panel. Shear it clean, but you hear the housing groan. It's a subsonic sound, like living material being forced apart, exposing the internals. You see them. The heavy gauge copper, the chitin insulation. You see it all. And then suddenly comes the spike,
Oh.
and there's a burst of real energy. And Xavier, you noticed, stepped back the minute you do that, but you did not. And so you get hit with a pulse. And let's see. I'll let you roll the d6, because it's a d6 damage, and it's basically radiant damage.
Xavier or me?
You go ahead and roll it. I could roll it, but I'll let you roll it.
Okay. Let me check. 2.
Okay.
2 points of damage, right?
Right. And you need to make a toughness check for me. Just roll d20 and add your toughness modifier one way or the other.
Oh, yeah, none. Just the straight roll. 8.
Right.
8.
Okay. Got it. All right. So here's what happens. You do take 2 health points worth of damage. You can go ahead and note that.
Yep.
Let's low end of the range. It was a powerful spike, but your suit absorbed most of it. You've got first degree burns along the right side of your body,
Oh,
like you've got a
God.
severe
Yeah.
sunburn.
Mm-hmm.
The skin on your right forearm, right thigh, and right side of your chest is kind of hot and tingling. It's not blistering or bleeding. It's painful, but it didn't hurt. So you're down by 2 health points. The shock of the spike, though, hits your body like a hammer blow, and your vision actually whites out for about a half a second. Your heart skips a beat. Your hands shake. You drop the pry bar. You don't fall. You kind of absorb the shock. So you take another fear point.
Okay.
And the right side heating element in your suit fails. The right side seals are degraded. The side comm is coming a little bit static, but the left side of your suit's fully functional. So you figure that you're operating at approximately 85% suit integrity at this point.
Okay, I try to shake it off and continue with the procedure.
All right. So you continue with your procedure and you disable the generator. It is done. So now I will switch back to the other group. And let's see. So Friedrich and Petra, you're headed downstairs. You're moving down. The subsonic pressure is enormous here. Absolutely enormous. You know that your suit's not going to hold up to this for very long. The temperature in there is very high for the Antarctic environment. Your suit readout shows it being 18 degrees Celsius down there. So it's quite deep. Let's see. So you do see the bodies lying on the floor, and you do see the dais. The woman's chest does not rise, but her fingers are moving slowly, trembling, reaching towards something unseen. The black filaments are not wires, they are not roots, they are alive, hair-thin threads of chitin pulsing faintly with each of the woman's slow heartbeats weaving through her skin, her muscles, even the plates of her skull. It's grown into her. So, Friedrich, go ahead and roll Xenolore for me.
So I rolled a 13 plus. Plus 1 was so 14.
Okay. All right. And so you observe the 3 sleepers and the dais, or what looks like a dais. All right. Let's see. And let's see, Alexa. So Alexa, for you, you were trying to sort out what was going on there. You're kind of in an overwatch position. Let's see. Let's do this. So let me see. Let's say that you go ahead and do a knowledge check. And
Not good because I rolled a 7. Let me check how much is my knowledge, if I have, yeah.
so you have inside the collective.
Yes.
Your intelligence is +1, so that's a total of +3.
Okay, so it's 11.
Okay. 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 All right. So let's see. So Friedrich, you're seeing, you see the dais, you see the 3 bodies on the floor. You see the dais in the center of the cavern. It's 4 meters across, 1 meter high. It's this smooth, rounded mass of black, fibrous, glistening material. It looks like meat. Through the suit, you can smell a smell like overripe fruit and warm bread. You can kind of feel a weird warmth coming from it. There's a woman at the center of the dais and 2 children curled against her sides, and they're wearing old Norwegian Arctic clothing wear. They're laying on their backs. They're not breathing, but they don't look like they're dead either. Your boots kind of stick slightly to the floor. Petra, that happens to you as well. So what you see looks like humans, but they're humans who have been infested in some way. You're not absolutely sure. Because of course this is not your specialty. You're a leader and a fighter. Let's see. Okay. So the hum is incredibly powerful. You feel it like a pressure through both your bodies. So Alexa, you think that Xavier's plan is correct in its mechanism? Your concern is that the broadcast has been running for 44 years. This broadcast has been going on for years. So what created the signal, though? Because the signal was present even before all these other things were added by the old man. So you feel like the right thing to do is to destroy the coil, the chitin coil, to eliminate the directiveness of the signal. You know that they're destroying the real generator. In fact, you heard a small explosion just a minute ago. But you definitely want them to destroy the chitin coil as well. You know that something has been happening to the old man. There's no possibility he's been present in this field and not be affected, but you're not sure what all of it is. So that's about it. So what do you guys do now?
I want to smash.
Okay, what do you smash?
I guess I'll smash the coil.
Okay. So you want to smash the chitin coil, all right? All right. What does anyone else do?
Well, she's smashing the coil, so I'll shoot the people.
Okay.
I can help with that if possible. If I'm in the same, I don't remember. I'm not in
You're
the same
still
lab.
outside, as far as I know.
Then I'll go inside.
Okay. And anybody else? What was anybody else doing?
Well, I mean, we just have like 5 players. Like three of them are down there, and the other 2 are up on top. So I guess that's.
And you guys have already taken out the real generators, so okay. I'm asking because you guys are getting close to a ending. Not necessarily the only one, but an ending. So let's see. So you've decided to kill the sleepers. You have your real ray pistol. So go ahead and roll your attack.
So I rolled a 12 plus 2 plus 1.
Yeah, it's a ranged weapon attack.
So this is a 14 total.
Okay. So yeah, this was a fairly easy shot. Alexa, you were heading down.
Mhm.
Petra, you were climbing up to smash the coil. Let's see. Go ahead and you don't have. Do you have technical? You don't have technical, do you?
No, I don't.
Go ahead and make your strength roll then. So roll a d20, add your strength modifier. Tell me the total.
Oh my word. That's a 5.
5 total. Okay. Okay. And let me note Erish and Xavier are still outside, as is. So let's see. I think this triggers a specific counter response. Let me double check, make sure how I wrote it up, make sure I did it right. Yeah, I think it happens the minute Friedrich fired the weapon. So you did hit the Vril Ray pistol. You know how these work. There's a targeting beam that's kind of this kind of pale blue beam that's clearly visible, and then of course the blaster goes off. The bolt hits the woman in the center of her chest, and she absorbs it. It's almost like a sponge absorbing water. The bolt still hits. Her body still convulses, but this mesh of things reacts. So she kind of convulses, and the resonation in the chamber has changed. So something has happened as a result of your shot. You're not entirely sure what. So you hit Petra, you hit the coil, and the coil bends but does not break. And then you remember that you have a Vril Messer on your hip. So you think perhaps you can actually attack it with your blade. Is that what you want to do with your next action? Petra?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And Alexa, you were climbing down to the cavern, and you heard the flash. You saw the flash of the weapon. You heard the burst of real blaster energy, and this hum spikes. And you're realizing that this is a response. This is not attacking a machine. This is attacking something alive, and it is going to react. And you are now deeply alarmed by the fact that the hum has changed so much. And it occurs to you that anyone in that cavern, when whatever this thing is decides to respond, will probably not survive the results. And you all 5 need to make wits checks. 1d20 and add your wits bonus. Just tell me the totals.
18.
Of the 5 of us?
Each of you, yes.
18.
15.
Okay.
Roll a 7.
All right.
10 for me.
Okay, 17 for Friedrich and 10 for Xavier. Okay. All right. So to be honest with you guys, the only one of you who fails is Xavier. So Xavier, you don't know what caused it, but there's a hum spike and it hits the shed like a fist. You've destroyed the generator. It does nothing. The shed's just a shed at this point, but the field is not just a field. The field is a system. And it feels to you almost like something has been wounded. And it strikes you. It's like a sympathetic response. There's a note in the broadcast. It's the three's dream. The dream is a dream of Xenolord victory, equality, weakness, dissolution, the conquest of humanity. And some part of you deep inside that has not been fully overwritten by your iceborne programming wants to agree with it, wants to obey it. So you take another fear point.
Okay.
But Erish, Alexa, Petra, Friedrich, you're hearing the sound, you're catching the notes, the hum, but you resist, each for your own reasons. I'm not going to go into all the details because we're getting close to the end of our time, and it's you're so close to ending the game. So now, just quick, what do you guys do? What does each of you do?
Do we all know about this warning feeling of if we destroy it, we won't survive?
Well, it's more like Alexa's impression.
Mhm.
Okay, because I don't know this, I will shoot the coil.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell it to nobody because I'm
So-
still not. Yes.
So Friedrich climbs the ladder to shoot the coil. Petra, what do you do?
I take out the vials and try to get those specimens.
From what? What are you going to take specimens of?
The 3 individuals.
Okay, so you're going down to get specimens from them. Alexa, what do you do?
I want to go and tell them not to destroy the coil.
What does Xavier and Erish do?
Part of me thinks we need a getaway driver, but we don't actually have that option at the moment. Well, up top, I don't really have anything else I can do specifically. Wait, can I try to do something to figure out just what the range on this psionic emanation is?
You tell me. What capabilities do you have? Erish, what are you doing in the meantime? Erish? Pedro? Is Pedro offline?
Probably not.
Well, I mean, he's still connected to Discord, although he may be AFK. Wait, his Discord thing has a mobile phone symbol on it, so maybe he's like because he like is just like set his phone down or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'll just assume he doesn't do anything for now. So okay, I want to go ahead and get this resolved for you guys. So this time Friedrich shoots the coil instead of shooting the dais. or shooting the sleepers?
Yep.
Okay. All right. The real ray pistol kicks even as Alexa says, "Don't!" And the coil shatters. The red warning light above the radio saying that the sending is active dies. The light goes from red to dark. You still hear humming, but now all you hear is broadcast white noise. And suddenly, the thing beneath screams through the brill. Let's see. So what do we need to do here? So there is a shockwave. Each of you needs to do a wits check. Just tell me the total.
Okay, so I roll a
Natural
5.
20.
Okay.
All 5 of us?
Mm-hmm.
I got an 8.
I got a 4.
And let's see, Friedrich.
So this is a 3 plus 3, so it's a 6.
Okay. And can somebody roll for Erish, please? Just roll a d20 because I know what his bonus is.
19.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the shockwave pulse. So Erish and Alexa, ironically, are fine. Petra, you're on the ladder halfway between the cavern and the cavern going for the biological samples. And you feel it. It is a weight. You feel the scars on your face, the ones you've carried for so long, burn. It's everything in you is feeling terrible, and you take a fear point. But you continue to head down. Xavier, your mind is attacked this time. You take another fear point. Your breath is coming shorter. Your hands, which have been gripping the scanner, start to shake again. You're having difficulty focusing. You realize you are on the verge of something that can overcome your training and your conditioning, and you don't know what that something is. So you take a fear point. You're now at 3 fear points.
Yeah, and my threshold is
Friedrich,
4.
yes. Friedrich, you're now, you take another fear point. You do absorb it. You're actually the most resistant of anyone, ultimately. So the radio is silent. You suddenly see the old man has rushed into the cabin and he's looking down the trapdoor. He's crying. He's asking what happened. He's clearly just completely shattered mentally. You've destroyed the coil. There's a signal still, but it's a white noise signal. But it doesn't feel like you've actually ended anything yet. You remember Alexis saying there might be some kind of redundancy in the network. Something is wrong. It's not over yet, but you don't know what it is. Xavier, for you, the fragments are trying to reconnect. That's what you sense. And I'm just going to say for you that you relate this fact that the network is trying to grow and reconnect all the things that have been destroyed. So, what do you guys do? What is your option at this point? What are you going to try to do to end this?
I'll grab the old man.
Okay, so you grab the old man. right?
I mean, we're
And
our primary goal here was to figure out what's going on, and I think we could reasonably say we've accomplished that, even if we haven't necessarily figured out everything. We at least know the enough that a team can come in prepared to deal with what's left.
That's true.
so, Petra, what do you want to do?
Well, I'm on my way to get those samples.
Okay, so you're still going to get the samples. Alexa, what are you going to do? The coil has been destroyed.
And we are alive.
Yes, that's true.
Well, this is strange. I'm thinking, how am I feeling? And I will investigate, look at it.
You're alarmed. I mean, you had been downstairs with Friedrich when he dashed back up and shot the chitin coil in the radio, and you felt the wave of something like a psychic scream, but you resisted it. What do you do?
Well, then I guess we are okay. I will
Okay,
investigate to see if there is anything interesting here, any clues, any things that we could recover.
okay. So here's what we can do. It's nearly 6:30. So we've been playing for about 4 hours. And I think that Pedro is unable to communicate with us for some reason.
Part of me wonders
So
if he
we
fell
can.
asleep.
It's always possible because I know it's late over there in Lisbon. So do you guys want me to hand wave the ending, or do you want to pick up next time? I mean, Pedro won't be able to join us, but I assume everyone else will. The problem is there's not really much left to this adventure. So how would you guys like to handle this?
Mm, hmm.
Well, if there's not much to do, maybe we can finish it today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I suppose I could have my character think back to what he saw the first time when he was using the site, and try to remember what all of the different connections he saw were, because like he saw the connections between the various things, but I guess we just haven't broken enough things to make the whole thing stop.
Okay, think carefully about the things you were told earlier. What do you think, based on that, would kind of shut down the whole system? What's the heart of it?
The dais.
Okay, so what do you need to do?
I don't know, light it on fire or something.
Okay. So again, what does Xavier do? Guys, always think in terms of actions, not just what's going on. What do you do?
Have him go down in the hole and to tell the other guys that thinks that the dais is the source of all of this, and whatever sort of Xenolord nonsense created it is it's the heart of all of this, and all of the stuff is just feeding it.
Okay. So you go down. I presume you go down to the cavern. What do you do? What are you doing?
Can't just. I don't think we can just shoot it, because it would probably do the whole energy absorption thing. Need to do something else to it.
Okay.
Do we even have anything that would affect it?
But yeah, it's like that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to talk to the group about the fact that I think we need to smash the dais, and then like figure out how to do that.
Okay. So Xavier comes over and starts talking to you guys. We should smash the dais, guys. How do we do that? So let me see what happens in the meantime while you guys are chatting. Let's see. So what options do you guys discuss in terms of destroying the dais?
Is there an axe or
I mean,
some other?
it's a big pile of something organic. You guys have weapons. You have real messers. You have real carbines. You have real pistols. I mean, you do have weapons.
Although, as we observed when he shot in that direction earlier, that it absorbed the Vril energy bolt.
So let me say this: have you taken a look at real Hylam? Why don't you go take a look at the real Hylam capability?
I don't remember what that one is. Oh, the second one. Oh, right.
Right, real Hylam, the mending.
What? I could. Is it something where I could actually just like use it on the people that are stuck to the altar?
You could probably use it on the dais itself.
Oh, right, because of the fact that it's like it for things that are corrupted, it has an effect like using holy water on the undead. Right. I forgot that part.
So you do have the option of using one of your powers to destroy the dais.
Hmm. It. How many?
So obviously, the other option is for everyone to just stand around, and start shooting it,
Well,
and take whatever risks that involves.
actually, from an in-universe perspective, because like it wouldn't occur to my character to just heal the dais, but like trying to like heal the people that are stuck to it is something that he would probably at least think of.
Okay.
Because although yeah, I don't know. Anyway, though. So yeah, I guess I'll.
So anyhow,
I will.
so what do you guys decide to do?
I will attempt to use the mending on one of the people stuck to the dais. Well, I'm not sure that worked well enough. Although I'm not sure exactly what my total bonus for this would be. It's presumably relatively high, but I don't know if it's +8 or not.
So Friedrich, Alexa, you see that Xavier is doing something with his real powers. You're both kind of there. So is Petra. What are you guys doing?
Well, I'm going to look around to see if there's anything that we could salvage. Any proof, any information, any technology.
Okay, go ahead and make a xenolore roll and tell me the result. Friedrich, Petra, what are you doing?
As I said before, I'm going to take the old man outside, and I will.
Okay.
For now.
So you grab the old man and drag him outside. Petra?
I guess I was trying to get those samples, but I don't know
Okay,
that
so
it's
you're going to try to get samples? Okay. Did you get me your roll, Alexa?
No, 17.
And what was your total roll, Xavier?
I'm not actually sure. Like which specific bonuses would apply to this? Because like, is this an int roll? Which that would be +3.
Okay, so it's basically you're really actually going to have to so here's what you need to do. You need to pass 4 checks in sequence. So give me a second here. Okay. No, I'm not going to do some of this other stuff. I'm just not going to do. Your modifier is +8, but just you just need to tell me the total.
Okay, well the die roll that I did was 10.
Okay.
So I guess I would get an 18.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. So Petra, you were gathering, trying to gather samples. So you do collect like some of the fragments of some of the biological growths, and you sealed it in the there was a localized pulse when you gathered the sample. You noticed it's kind of centered on the dais and radiated outwards. So go ahead and make a toughness roll, please, and tell me your total result.
16.
Okay. So Friedrich, you haul the old man outside. He's not cooperating, but he's not resisting either. He's just kind of dead weight. Let's see. So, what you discover is the dais is biological. The 3 are biological. The network is biological. Everything is alive. You don't know if there's much of value, but the chitin has some value. There's actually 3 different varieties here. There's the chitin that's on the dais. There's the chitin that's on the wall, and then there's the carpet below your feet. The pheromone pulse from the dais has some value too. This is all from a scientific perspective. This is all research material. It's not salvage in the usual sense. So there are salvageable things here. Let's see. So Xavier, unfortunately, this was a high roll, so it actually failed. So you tried to do the mend effect, but it is devoured by the network before it can really do much to the woman. So let's see. You do take 1d6 of radiant damage. If you would please roll a d6, then you'll remove that from your hit points.
Well, that sucks.
Okay. I do need for you to make a channeling strain check, as usual. That is a wits check.
Oh, great. Oh, hey, I rolled high on that one. So I guess the total is 15 this time.
Okay, so you passed. All right. And let's see. So here is what happens. There is an effect from, let's see.
Meow.
I hear someone talking to their cat.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, oh, is Pedro back?
Yep.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. We lost you there for a moment.
Sorry.
It's all right. I know we're running over. Let's see. But the party basically said, let's go ahead and try to finish it.
Yeah, we figured it was probably only a few minutes.
Okay.
So here's what we need to do: another response to the hum, wits checks from everyone. There's also a real flux shockwave again because of your mend spell. That's a
Oh.
slightly higher. Go ahead.
Well,
17.
For the wits, okay. 16 for me.
Oh yeah, well, I was
6 for
looking
me.
at my character. I apparently actually should be getting a +1 to all of these wits rolls. Didn't realize
Okay.
it earlier so it should actually only be a -1.
So Alexa, 17 total serve some checks, 16 for Erish. Friedrich?
So mine is a 7, I guess.
Rolled a 2, so it's 5, I think. 6.
And Petra.
6.
Hey guys, on the Vril Flex shockwave that was triggered by the failed Vril High Lung, if you could all give me another wits check, please.
Okay.
17 again.
Okay.
Oh wow, I got a perfect 20 on my wits roll.
Oh, 11 for me now.
Okay.
Nice. I got a 20 as well.
And Petra.
Ooh, I got a 22.
We broke the dice. Everybody.
Okay. Did you roll your D6 damage, Xavier?
Wait, a second time?
No, I never heard that you rolled it the first time. Did you?
The first time I rolled a 6.
Okay. All right. So 6 points of damage. All right. All right. Let's see where we are here. Because we probably need to do a status check, guys, and start thinking about what's going on and what the party's experiencing. So 2 of you actually pass the first time, which is the hum check, which keeps happening periodically because now you're all exposed to the hum. So Erish and Alexa, as is usually the case, you two pass. Alexa is being extremely durable, you'll notice. Sadly, this time Petra takes another fear point. Friedrich takes another fear point. And Xavier, I hate to tell you, but you take another fear point. So at this point, you must make a panic roll.
What do you do for those again?
You have to roll 2d6, I believe.
Okay, well, I've got a 5 and a 3.
Okay. Give me a second here. I need to roll a d4. So the formula is this right? Give me a second here, for frick's sake. I accidentally closed the rules. Just a second. I hate it when I accidentally close something and now I got to go find it again. Ah. I think that's a 1d20. I said 2d6, but I think it's a 1d20. I confused that with the resolve check. So it's a 1d20 plus your wits modifier, which is negative.
Panic
sorry.
roll 1d20
Yeah.
plus modifier minus current fear points.
Right. So in his case, because I've modified that slightly, it's 1d20 plus his wits modifier, so that's a -2. But he does have real baptized, which gives him a +1. He's +6 on the Fleisch ice scale, so that gives him another +1. And he is minus his current fear points. So it's going to be a 1d20 minus 4.
Oh,
Is
wait,
what I'm getting.
that's I just realized that. I have that one thing that's basically like a +1 to everything while in a real field, and like, wait a second, should I have been adding that to my wits rolls? I honestly don't know. Whatever.
Okay, so can you roll 1d20 minus 4?
-4. Okay. Well, this time I get a 13.
Okay. So you get a 13. And so your panic roll total is 13. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay. So the wake is what an event I'm calling the wake is triggered. Ingrid's eyes open. You see this, Alexa. You see this, Petra. And they are not black. They are pale blue, the color of a winter morning, the color of the sea, the color of a sky that has not been seen by this human eye in 44 years. She tries to speak, and you hear a rasp, a whisper, a word in Norwegian. Torbjorn? And then Ingrid opens her mouth wide in a silent scream. And the children open their eyes and they do scream. It's a sound like tearing metal, like ice calving from a glacier. The dais pulses, the humming becomes a roar, the cavern shudders. The children are screaming. Ingrid is, the woman is trying to speak, and the chitin is actually pulling her upright as if it's trying to force her to do something. The air becomes thick with spores. Friedrich, the old man, stops crying, and he starts moving.
I'll shoot that motherfucker. He's not going anywhere.
Okay, well, you can do that in the next move, but in the meantime, he's broken your grip, and he's suddenly become unbelievably strong, and he is running like crazy towards the cabin, and he's howling like an animal.
Can I shoot him?
Well, he's not inside the cabin yet. So Friedrich will probably have the best chance to shoot him, but he'll have to wait until the next turn. So Xavier, of course, you did fail. Let's see. I think that I looked at the wrong column. Sorry about that. So you were in the cavern when all this started happening, and boom. So it hit you, and you are now frozen. So you freeze. You do not run. You do not fight. You do not scream. You do not fall. You stop. You are locked in place for 1d6 rounds and cannot move. So go ahead and roll a d6 and let's find out how long this is.
Oh boy. 3.
Okay. Okay. So Friedrich, you're going to try to shoot the old man?
Yes, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, go ahead and roll. He's not really fighting you. He's running away. So go ahead and roll your ranged combat roll to attack him.
Okay, so I rolled a 12 plus 3, so 15.
And roll the damage from your drill pistol.
I can't remember what was that. D8, D6.
That's a very good question. Let's see. What did I assign that as? It's 1d6, I think, but let me double check. Let's see.
I didn't note.
I could swear I. Why am I not able to find the field? I'm sitting here searching the stupid document and I can't find it. I know it's in there. I think it's 1d6.
Well, I rolled a D6 and it's a 4, so.
Yeah, for some reason I thought I put y'all's weapon damage on the character sheets, but I may not have.
Yeah, I think it was a D6, but I'm not sure. Anyway,
Okay.
I rolled a D6, I rolled a 4.
Actually, wait.
Okay.
Looking at my character sheet, you have in parentheses on the Vril Messer and the Thule G Degen the damage in parentheses, but not the Vril Ray pistol.
Okay. Well, I messed up then. I meant to record that. So you did hit Torbjorn. He is not dead. You do hit him, but he keeps moving. You see the bolt strikes him between the shoulder blades. He screams. He's been shot in the back, and he falls face first in the snow. And you hear screaming people. The man is screaming. Below you hear other human voices screaming. So let's see. Let's go towards what's happening below. So suddenly the children jump up, and one of them, the girl, is lurching towards Alexa. The other one, the little boy, is lurching towards Petra. And the woman is just sitting up calling, Torbjorn! Torbjorn! Xavier is frozen solid. So Alexa, Petra, what do you do?
I point my rifle at it.
At what? The
At the
dais?
boy.
Oh, okay, at the boy. All right. Well, you pointed at him. That he keeps moving. At this
Guess I
point,
fire.
oh, okay. Well, the problem is that he's close enough now that it's really more of a grapple. You
Gotcha.
hesitated to shoot, so he closes and grapples you. So roll a strength check to see if you can resist his grapple. It probably won't be that difficult.
It's a 6 plus 1 is 7.
How about Alexa?
I also shoot. I want to shoot somebody.
Okay, go ahead and roll your rage
know.
damage attack on
Not very
Liv.
good. Let me. But I do have my bonus, so. Then let me just add all my rolls. Okay, 13, 14.
Okay, and then what is your damage?
What should I roll for damage? Yeah, I don't think I have
What
it
did you
here.
shoot her with? What did you shoot her with?
Oh, I don't have it here in the equipment, but in the last session we said that I should also have a rifle, but I didn't.
But that was because you were equipped with those weapons. Do you have any weapons in your
And I don't have.
inventory?
I cannot shoot. No, I only have the sword. So I need to
Okay,
get
so you need
further to shooting.
okay.
Yes. Not to
Right.
shooting.
So you attack with the sword instead. So go ahead and make your melee combat roll.
Okay. In that case, is 15. I think it's better. Okay, and the damage will be.
Are you not seeing it on your character sheet?
No, I'm looking for it. That is what keeps me okay. It's above. Um, 5.
Okay. All right. So So Petra, you are in fact grappled. The little boy, and it looks like he's 7, maybe 7 or 8. He's covered with chitinous growths. He has mesh network of strands trailing from his limbs like black ribbons. He stumbles across before you can do anything and grips you and digs in. It's pressing through your suit's fabric, and he starts constricting you. So Alexa, you managed to get your sword out. So you have a Thule Degen, which is actually quite a damaging weapon, and you did 5 hit points of damage. You do not kill the girl, and you will have to roll against her next turn. You'll have to roll against her grapple attempt. So all within 10 meters of the dais now have to make a wits check. That's Xavier, Alexa, and Petra, but we're not worried about Xavier because he's frozen. So Alexa and Petra, go ahead and make your rolls. This is a wits check.
14.
16.
Okay, that's good. All right. So here we are up to the next round. Okay. So guys, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Do you want to pick this up next time, or do you want us to kind of call it now? I can see where this is going. Unfortunately, we hit this stage a little late in the session. There was a chance there for you guys to kind of actually, quote unquote, solve the problem, but well, anyway, I can tell you here in a minute. So what do we do now? Do we go ahead and bring the session to a close, or do we pick it up next time, or what do you want to do?
For me, we can pick it up next time. I don't know about the other one.
Yep.
The others.
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably
sure.
better.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll just assume that we'll pick this up next time, and I'll come up with a way to roll it from there. You're not that far away from a final resolution. You guys are like on the precipice of ending it earlier, but then it's like, I don't know, things went wrong. It could be because the session ran too long and it's making everyone tired.
Well, in my case, it's just like I'm not really sure exactly what the right option here is, and it's like one of those things where it's like you're in a situation where you're like, oh, now you have to solve the puzzle, but you don't actually know what the solution to the puzzle is yet. And yeah.
Well, you kind of actually already know.
Well, I mean, like destroying the dais seems like the thing is just like, how do we do that? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, actually, you know that you have two options. One is literally that you all just stand around and start shooting it until it, dies. There are risks associated, but those are happening anyway. The other option was what you did try, which was to use that one ability, but the roll didn't work out. You just didn't get quite a high enough roll this time. So the problem right now, I would say, is that the party is divided. So you've got Erich in one area, you've got Friedrich kind of fighting with the old man. Xavier now is effectively disabled. That kind of leaves only Petra and Alexa to do whatever has to be done. And something has woken up and sent the 3 below has activated. So the children are actually being used as biological weapons to attack and defend the dais. And you're not real sure what's going on with the woman. She just keeps saying, Torbjorn, Torbjorn.
I think we can solve it next time. Don't worry.
Yep. I think that's a good idea.
That's probably better.
And it'll also give you guys a chance to think about it.
Well, thank you for running the game.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I realized it took a
Yep.
it took a bit of time to get into, unfortunately. If you think about it, you may realize that there was something that strongly influenced this particular adventure. Actually, a couple of things. But I'm sure there's something that will really jump out at you when you stop and think about it for a bit. This ended up being a bigger adventure than I thought. I really wanted it to be kind of a simple one session adventure. But like I said, quite unexpectedly, it took some time to really get into it. And so, probably this situation you guys are currently in, if it could have happened an hour earlier, we'd probably have had time to finish this. But
Yeah.
it's not a big deal because we'll just finish it next time.
Sure. No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
And Pedro, if you can join, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. I'll
If you
try to.
can't,
No,
I understand.
don't. Yeah. But I'll try. Just to finish the adventure. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Okay.
will post a summary for you guys of kind of your current. This is what you know. This is what your condition is. We're kind of in the middle of combat on multiple levels, and we'll just pick it up from there next time.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate you playing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
You all have a good night's sleep over
Yeah.
there in Portugal.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye.